Hello, 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 everybody. Good evening. It is another Tuesday night, which means obviously we're back for another stream of horror sci-fi reviews. And I put a poll a few days ago on my community tab on YouTube to let people vote which one they wanted, which movie they wanted, and it seemed to be the most popular vote was the original 1956 version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which is definitely a true classic, which has seen at least two or three remakes since then. Nemesis of Bean, how are you doing there?
I'm doing awesome, Pop. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. So you got to see this at the last minute?
I've watched it twice tonight.
Twice tonight. Hey, Stogely, good to see you. Welcome.
Hey, good times, good times.
Yeah, thank you for helping Nemesis watch the movie.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I loved it. I was like, oh, this is great.
Well, but I have to ask you, Nemesis, fresh off watching it, what do you think?
Oh, it was fantastic. Like it was a little. I mean, it's at first it's a little old timey. Don't get me wrong. But
Well, it's
it starts off
1956.
well.
I understand.
Totally, 100%. So it fits the times, and I like the aesthetics of it. It was really interesting. I think it's a solid film. I'm gonna enjoy reviewing it.
I
All
think
right.
the old timey nature of it kind of made it a little bit. It added to the unsettling nature of what was happening because it kind of seeing a movie like that puts my brain in a certain frame of mind. I'm not going to say it like that picket fence, like everything's great. This is like the American dream, and then also you're like, oh.
I agree. I think the fact that it was older, it adds to the innocence. And I know I've
Yeah,
said it before, but I really appreciate that it's in black and white. I think that helps add to the depth of the suspense. And Gorilla's
yeah.
Random Thoughts, I want to say hello to the people in the chat. Welcome, Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Hey, Pop, this movie is a total F. Don't know why I haven't seen it in a while, but still a total F. Well, I recommend you to rewatch it, Gorilla. Maybe you'll change your opinion. Or maybe after watching our
Uh,
stream when we cover a little bit more, we'll explain that. And hello, Resolute Germ. Good to see you. And Gorilla says, hey, Pop Culture. Good to see you, Gorilla. We'll probably be having more people stumbling in here as we're going along with our review. And the first thing I wanted to point out before the movie starts is I don't know how many of you are aware of this or not, but the beginning and the end sequences was not actually in the original cut of the film. The
yeah, they
original
were added later. Yeah.
right, the original cut of the film started with him arriving on the train and him yelling, they're here," and that's where it faded out. The studio thought that was too dark, and they insisted on a happy ending. So that's why they filmed the book ending shots where he's in the hospital and they think that he's crazy and he explains the whole story.
Yeah, then it required the setup at the beginning at that point. If they were going to add that layer at the end, they had to put it at the beginning too.
Right. In fact, out of those three actors there, uh, they weren't even in the credits because the fact that when they shot the book ending scenes, even the credits for the movie had already been produced.
Oh, gnarly. That sucks.
Brutal.
Poor guys.
Yes, and obviously this movie was not shot for a lot of money, but they were very thrifty with their money. They did not waste it, and it was obviously it shows that all the money is there on screen. The biggest problem, director, I'm going to read a little bit of notes here while people come in. The director was Don Siegel, and it says the biggest problem director Don Siegel and company had with the studio was over the use of humor. He and writer Daniel Mainwaring had producer Walter Wenger had scripted scenes with humor in them, and Kevin McCarthy said the actors improvised some during shooting when the film was still in the work print stage. Siegel and Wenger decided to try it out in front of a preview audience behind the studio's back. Much of the humor was still in the film at that point, and the audience response went from shrieks to screams to laughter and back again. Siegel had sneaked a tape recorder to the theater so they could prove to the studio just how great the reception was to the rough cut. However, Allied artist head Steve Broidy hit the roof when he found out and wanted to know why the audience was laughing in places. So he ordered any trace of humor removed. This was before the days of like American World for Linden and all that. So this Allied artist studio really didn't understand having humor in there at the same time. Um, this is
Different
ranked number
times, I
9
guess.
on the American Number 9 on the American Film Institute's list of the 10 greatest films in the genre of sci-fi. And by the way, they only spent $15,000 of the budget was on special effects. So, and also because they didn't have a lot of money, and they only had $15,000. When they showed the scene with the pods bursting open, it all had to be done in one take. There wasn't any room for mistakes. And they actually cast the actors with full body casts, where they covered them with latex and they put straws in their nose to breathe. They let it harden, and then they painted them to look identical or close to. And I think it looks very realistic. When I was a kid, I thought it was the actors doubling as the pods when the pods were opening, but no, those were actually doubles. And of course, you could tell when Dr. Bennell, well, I don't want to give away the movie, but yeah.
We'll get there.
Yes, definitely. We'll get there. I think the pods themselves, that whole sequence was just beautiful. I'm a big fan of anything like that. So yeah, it looked fantastic. And I think the black and white really helped the aesthetic of that scene alone.
It did. And obviously, as everybody knows, or most people know, there was a remake in 1978 with Donald Sutherland and Leonard Nimoy, which is still a good movie in itself. For being a sequel, that movie holds up on its own. And it also has some really good effects with the pods. But of course, it has a lot larger budget, and it was based in San Francisco rather than the small fictional town of Santa Mira. All right, so I'm going to get ready here to share my screen, and let's see what it is we're talking about. And I want to keep an eye.
We're talking.
Go ahead.
We're talking about the 1956 version right now. Pops did just mention there was a 1978 version with Leonard Nimoy and a young Jeff Goldblum.
Yes, there was another one in the 90s with Meg Tilly. And then there was a really, really, really bad one in the 2000s with at box office Poison. What's her name? Nicole Kidman. Right. That one was, horrible. She played Dr. Bennell. They did a total gender swap. That was a very bad movie and a box office failure. If you look at her history, she's not known for box office successes. So that's why I call her box office poison. Between her and John Travolta, almost everything they touch just turns to garbage. And I want to say, Edge of Time, ahoy, ahoy, Edge of Time. So good to see you. And there's Nemesis. Hail, everyone. Thanks to everyone for being here. You all rock. Yes, they do. Oda Gray, welcome. Well, Oda Gray says, great movie. I guess Gorilla's probably in the only one holding out right now with his default F. And Resolute Germ says you're talking about the 1956 or the 78. Well, we're watching the 56 Germ, but I was talking about the 78 when I meant the remake with Donald Sutherland that takes place in San Francisco and also with Leonard Nimoy. In fact, Leonard Nimoy did that movie right before he signed on to Star Trek The Motion Picture. At the time, he was having problems with Paramount, dispute over salary and rights, because since the original series, they had been selling memorabilia with Leonard Nimoy's likeness for many years, making lots of money, and he wasn't getting any money. So what happened was Leonard Nimoy happened to be having dinner one night with Henry Fonda and his wife, and Henry Fonda said, the studio's making a lot of money off your likeness. You really need to get some of that. So there was a dispute with Leonard Nimoy with Paramount. Paramount refused to pay him. There was a back and forth. But when the motion picture came along, it was worth with Paramount to get him back, so they gave him whatever he wanted. Hence, that's why we got him at the last minute in Star Trek The Motion Picture. That's why in the movie, he's not on board the Enterprise at the beginning, but he comes along later on. Because originally, they didn't think he was going to be there. That's why they had the other Vulcan character, I think his name was Zahn, who was supposed to be Spock's replacement. But since they hired Leonard Nimoy and Spock was going to return, that replacement for him was the one that was a victim of a transporter accident. But that was terrible. That was supposed to have been the replacement science officer. I have a quick question for you guys. Something that dawned on me today for the first time is we covered Star Trek Space Seed earlier today on Anti-Derivative Jill's channel. Are any of you guys aware of that episode? And Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. Do you guys know anything about those obscure titles?
Star Trek Wrath of Khan is one of my favorite movies, but I am moderately embarrassed to say I've actually never watched Space Seed through.
Ooh, my goodness. Well, here's what I don't know why, but I was just busy running errands today, and a thought dawned on me. And tell me if I'm wrong, because if you guys have seen the movie more than once, Maybe it's something I missed, and I can't believe I have seen the movie. Uh, we used to watch it nightly when I was in the Air Force. I mean, it was a drinking game for us, so I can't tell you how many times we watched Wrath of Khan. But here's my question: Is when they find Khan tells them that SETI Alpha 6 exploded 6 months after they were left there, and the shock of the explosion knocked SETI Alpha 5 out of its orbit, which laid the planet waste. Does that make sense? No?
I've
It's
never
been
seen it, so like I couldn't tell you for either, to be honest. I'm not like heavy
I've
on the
probably
original Star Trek, so couldn't tell you, Pop. Sorry.
Well,
okay.
go ahead, Stokely.
I've seen it a bunch of times, and I was just dealing with a customer there, and I kind of missed. You said something about I kind of missed the gist of what you said.
Okay, here's my question. I should probably wait until there's more people here because I didn't realize this. I would have asked today during Jill's stream, but okay. Uh, Chekhov and Captain Terrell land aboard or beam down to SETI Alpha 5 thinking it's SETI Alpha 6 because they're doing the investigation for the Genesis device. And when they land on there and they realize that it's Khan tells them this is SETI Alpha 5. SETI Alpha 6 exploded 6 months after we were left here. The shock shifted the orbit of this planet and everything was laid waste. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can see that.
Right, because when they arrived on Khan's planet, it was like a dust bowl and a dust storm everywhere. Everything was dead. But what dawned on me today for the first time since the movie was new, was they were planning on using SETI Alpha 6 to detonate the Genesis device originally before they even thought about Khan. They thought SETI Alpha 5 was SETI Alpha 6. So even if they would have detonated the Genesis device on SETI Alpha 6, that still would have destroyed SETI Alpha 5, right?
It
That
requires a
seems
planet
reasonable.
to do that,
I'm gonna have to
right?
watch it again.
Yeah, well, I'll watch it with Stokely because
Well, yeah, because the
how that
Nemesis,
goes.
if you haven't seen a Nemesis, it probably doesn't make sense what I'm talking about. But at the end of Wrath of Khan, they detonate this bomb inside of a spaceship. My dog's wanting up. Anyway, the USS Reliant, they explode this device, which is designed to rebuild worlds or whatever, and it's a massive explosion. In fact, the Enterprise has trouble escaping it. But then they were planning on originally, before Khan got a hold of it, they were going to test detonate it on SETI Alpha 6, which is right next to SETI Alpha 5. So either way, they would have destroyed or damaged SETI Alpha 5, is what I was thinking. And I don't know. It's just a strange thought, but it never occurred to me.
No, that logically makes tons of sense. If you're gonna,
Right.
if they were, regardless of what happened, the planet number 5 is gonna get
Yes,
altered
exactly.
in some
Regardless of
way.
right, they would have died either way. Yes. If not from the random explosion 6 months after Khan arrived, they would have been destroyed by the Genesis explosion on SETI Alpha 6 when it was test detonated. But I don't know if that makes sense. Germ says Paramount has a long tradition of not paying people. Yeah, they're not the only ones. The Mouse House is also another company, for example. Resolute Germ says astronomically it does make sense. And Sean Carter says, hello, everyone. Hello, Sean. So good to see you. Welcome, everybody. It's going to be a blast tonight.
Hi,
I'm going to
Sean.
try to keep the reins on the stream and try to keep it relatively short. I know a lot of people, it's late for many, and the movie's only an hour and 20 minutes because there was so much cut out, unfortunately, from the original cut. I would give anything to have those deleted scenes, but unfortunately, they're lost in time as far as we know at this point. Okay. I hope you guys like the font. I did try the Gilligan's Island font, but it didn't seem quite appropriate. Didn't quite match up. So I tried to pick something that sort of matched the titles of the movie. Okay, so without further ado, here we go with Invasion of the Body Snatchers from 1956, starring Kevin McCarthy. Oh, by the way, he also does a cameo in the 1978 version. So starring Kevin McCarthy and Dana Wynter. You can get them open here. And then, like usual, you'll see me doing mostly slides. I don't want to get a copyright strike. I was doing slides on Gilligan's Island, and I got a copyright warning, so I've got to be careful. And there we go, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And why did it suddenly stop moving? There we go with our cast. And as you can see the cast there, there's a famous person right in the middle, Carolyn Jones. Any of you remember who that is? She's the original Morticia Addams from the Addams Family.
Carolyn Jones?
Yes, Carolyn Jones was Morticia Addams in the 1960s Addams Family. And John
Interesting. You'll
asked,
have to point her out.
I will. Oh, you'll notice her eyes. Her eyes are very easy to notice.
Okay.
And Gene Willis, Ralph Dumpkin. Now here's going to be a very obscure trivia question. And it says, and Virginia Christine. Does anybody recognize that name?
I do not.
Probably
No, I
not.
do not.
Well, I'll be pointing it out when we see the actress, because as it stands right now, just like Carolyn Jones, when we see her, I'll point it out.
Yeah, looking back, I'm like, oh yeah.
Right, because it's a low budget movie, so most of them are, except for that name near the bottom. Anybody see that famous name near the bottom? Sam Peckinpah? Anybody
Oh,
ever heard
Sam
of him?
Peckinpah. I've heard of that. I know he's famous, but I wouldn't be able to come up with any
Right.
trivia.
A very famous, very eccentric director. He made a lot of big movies out of Hollywood. He's originally from Fresno, California. And in this movie, I can point it out because it's going to be a background and really quick. He plays a small role as a meter reader.
Oh, nice. I remember him. Yeah.
Right. And he helped polish the script a little bit of the movie. And there became a dispute later on. He tried to claim credit for the entire script, and the studio threatened a lawsuit, and he backed down. So as you can see here, it says screenplay by Daniel Mainwaring, based on the Collier's magazine serial by Jack Finney. Produced in Superscope. I want to explain what Superscope is. There were so many fancy titles to lure people into the theaters in those days, and Superscope is not an exception. And here's what Superscope is. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen the black bars on the right and left. And then I'll give you an example like Wonder Woman, the series from the 70s with Linda Carter. It was filmed in a 4:3 ratio, which is pretty much almost a square. That's how TVs were for many decades. So when they brought them to the media of DVD and Blu-ray, what they did is they cut off the top and the bottom to try to give it the appearance of widescreen. When in actuality, all you're doing is losing part of the frame. So that's what this Superscope is. It sounds really fancy, but unfortunately, all it means is the studio decided to cut off the top and the bottom of the frames to make the movie look and or appear widescreen.
Lol. Greasy
Good marketing,
bastard.
though. Like, clever.
Give it a sweet buzzword name.
Oh, yeah, get a name.
100%.
Right, and the audiences wouldn't have known at the time, of course.
No, it would have been brand new and fancy, for sure.
Carmen Dragon. That's a cool name.
I wouldn't want to marry her. Yeah, I wouldn't want to marry her. No offense to Carmen Dragon. Are you or your relatives if you're still out there? And directed by the great Don Siegel. I'll be pointing out some trivia throughout this movie as well. Kevin McCarthy. Here's a quick piece of trivia also. Kevin McCarthy, the star of this movie, was a good friend of an actor named Montgomery Clift, who was fairly big back in Hollywood at the time. Kevin McCarthy was a good friend of Montgomery Clift, but was jealous because in 1956, while Clift was at MGM Studios shooting the prestige, big-budget historical extravaganza Raintree County with Elizabeth Taylor as his co-star, McCarthy was making this B-budgeted science fiction movie at a cheap studio. Little did either of them know that eventually Raintree County would be virtually forgotten and Invasion of the Body Snatchers would be acknowledged as a classic. So there you go. You never know. Money doesn't buy everything, right? Especially these days. Okay, so here's the open up with the bookending scenes that I mentioned. So these were shot after the rest of the movie was shot. Now, top of my head, I'm trying to remember that actor's name. I had it on the tip of my tongue earlier. There it is, Whit Bissell. That's the man you see getting out of the police car there. And Richard Deacon is the bald doctor with the glasses, along with Robert Osterloh. But now, out of those three names, you're probably only going to recognize Whit Bissell. He starred in the Time Tunnel, among other things, in the 60s. And Whit Bissell, the doctor, starred in the Dick Van Dyke Show. Let me get to that and get moving. Move. There he is. That's Richard Deacon from the Dick Van Dyke Show. He played Dick Van Dyke's boss. In fact, that's all he did was make fun of him about his baldness. Maury Amsterdam and so on. Can you guys see the subtitles okay?
Looks good to me.
All right, I want to make sure that you can easily read them. I'll try to read some of them, but obviously I can't read them all. I don't want to get a strike. So here we have them restraining Dr. Bennell and him panicking, saying, will you tell me these fools I'm not, will you tell these fools I'm not crazy, he says. You can listen to me before it's too late. And then Whit Bissell explains, I'm Dr. Hill from the State Mental Hospital, which does not give Dr. Bennell much encouragement. As you could see, I'm not insane. Doctor, you must understand me. I'm a doctor too. I am not insane.
The classic insane person line.
Yes, exactly. And, back in the old days, they said, oh, you say you're not insane? Lock them up, boys. Right. Only an insane person would say they're not insane, right? And the doctor from the state mental institution tells him, suppose we sit down and you tell me what happened. So here he already starts to regroup himself and explain the story. And now we blend in with the original opening of the movie. It started in response to an urgent message from my nurse, and he's arriving on the train. I'd hurried home from a medical convention, but the evil had taken possession of the town. And by the way, I have to skip through every 4 or 5 seconds, so there's a lot of text I'm going to be unfortunately missing. I'll try not to jumble it out of order where it doesn't make sense, but that's why I always recommend everybody please watch this on your own. These two, thank you, sir. There he is.
Watch.
It is. As you can see, it is in widescreen, aka Super Scope. Thank you, sir. There you are. He is paying for his luggage. And there's his nurse greeting him. Hiya, Sally, he says. How's Mickey and the baby? Here's where she explains to him that he's got a whole bunch of appointments waiting for him. A lot of people have been asking for his help. And she says some of them have been waiting for 2 weeks. Most of them wouldn't. And he asked, why didn't he go to see other doctors? Why didn't they go to see other doctors in the town? And she said they didn't want to. They wanted to see you. So immediately we're starting to get suspicious about what's going on. He's wondering why, obviously something's up. Oh, I have to show this because this crossed my mind. This is going to be a little out of there, but watch this. Okay, he's talking to her. Yeah, of course, this thing is jumpy. Let me go catch up. As you can see, he's carrying his luggage. But here's what I wanted to point out, and this is going to be obscure. But living in California, I had to notice this. They walk into the car, and as you notice, he's putting his luggage in the back seat. Notice he's doing it from the side that is not facing the road. Because obviously he doesn't want to open the door and be putting in luggage with the door wide open while cars are passing by. Now, normally and wisely, we would all consider that. But me living in California, people don't do that. They actually get out in the middle of the street, open the door wide open, block traffic, and then take their time putting luggage in the car. And it boggles my mind why they do that, but it's consistent and it's all the time. They never have the courtesy to do what he's doing right here. Okay, so they get in the car. Now he's asking her what's the matter with them. And she says, usually people don't talk enough about what's ailing them. For instance, Wally Eberhard was in twice and called 3 times, but he wouldn't say about what. And he says, that's funny. Down to that fat traffic cop, Sam Jenzik. So she's trying to explain to him that his clients are acting strange. And now she mentions Becky Driscoll. I thought she was in England, which is his girlfriend / fiance. And here she says she got back a few days ago and she wanted to see you.
And this is all clever foreshadowing, right, for what's to come in the future. Like, oh, the fat cop I really wanted to talk to you, but he doesn't now. And oh, this lady really wanted to talk to you, but she doesn't now. So,
Right.
I mean,
Right. Just before he got there, it was very urgent. Everybody was insisting on seeing him, but now suddenly everybody's okay.
yeah. So, I mean, we know that those people are already gone, but the audience doesn't yet. I mean, I probably shouldn't say that.
Right.
But
And we immediately come, exactly, right. And we immediately come up to this scene here. And we have this lady chasing after this little boy. And as you can see, the fruit and vegetable stand. And he runs out and said, "What's the matter, Mrs. Grimaldi?" And of course, she doesn't understand. She said the boy refuses to go to school and he's running away. And he's asking, "What happened to your fruit and vegetable stand?" And she said her husband gave it up. It was too much work. There it is, too much work. Even though they had been working, it was their lifelong business. It was a family business. So for some reason, they just decided to suddenly give it up. And the doctor says, "Well, it was the cleanest and busiest stand on the road." That's strange. And here's where the nurse explained she was in to see you too last Friday. I tried to get her to see Doc Percy, but she wouldn't. Whatever it was. It couldn't have been too serious, I guess, they're assuming. And here he is in his office, checking out his x-rays. 1 minor concussion, 2 cases of common cold, he says, and 6 canceled appointments. So for some reason, all these people that were eager to see him and very ill canceled all their appointments. And he's thinking, looks like you rushed me here for nothing, because she had him cancel his trip. And she says, "I don't understand it. They couldn't wait to see you. I bet they don't show. Look like there's Wally Eberhard." And now he's noticing the this is actually reminds me of Rear Window, but immediately the first thing we get this vision of him looking at the townsfolk, and to him looking down on them, everything looks normal. He says, "I bet they don't show. Look, there's Wally Eberhard." He says, "There's nothing wrong with him." And as he's leaving, there's a knock at the door, and he says, "Will you tell whoever that is that I'm out having basically his lunch?" He's going out to lunch, and the nurse on the other side opens the door and says, "Yes, he's here." And he hears a woman's voice saying, "Do you suppose he has time to see me?" And it's Becky, his fiance / girlfriend, who by the way, this is her first movie role, so she was new, so she was very nervous, but I think she did a great job.
if I didn't know that this was her first movie role, I wouldn't have been able to guess it. She's like a fantastic actress on top of just being absolutely stunning.
Absolutely, yes. And then right, her depth, the range of her character, all the way to the end of the movie is fantastic. And there's going to be a little more that I'm going to talk about sharing when she shares scenes with Carolyn Jones from the Addams Family. And he explains that he hasn't seen her in a while, and she's been away too, overseas. And she says, "I've been away also. I feel almost like a stranger in my own country," she says. And she says, "I hope you don't mind my coming without an appointment. We're pushing appendectomies this week," he says, as a joke. I guess that's one joke that made it through the studio. I don't know. Maybe I clown around too much. Pretty soon my patients won't trust me to prescribe aspirin for them, he says. And here's what she says. He asks her, "What's the problem?" And she says, "It's my cousin." And he says, "Wilma?" And he says, "What's the matter with her?" And he says, "She has I guess you call it a delusion." And she asks if she can confide with him. And he says, "Sure, Oh, she asked if he knew who the uncle is. And she said, "Sure, I'm his doctor too." And he said, "Well, she's got her still thinking he isn't her uncle. She thinks he's an imposter or something. Somebody who only looks like Uncle Ira." And she says, "I just came from there." And he asked, "Well, is he Uncle Ira or isn't he Uncle Ira?" And she says, "Of course, I told Wilma that, but it was no use. Please, would you stop by and have a talk with her?" And he says, "Okay." And he says, "Sally says I'm booked up for the afternoon. So he's going to go and visit her to see what's going on with her and Uncle Ira." And they decide to go to lunch. And they're making small talk here. "When did you get back?" 5 months ago, but he's been out of town. And here's the chubby police officer that they mentioned originally in the car that had an urgent appointment to see him. And he talks to the officer here. He spots him. He says, Sam, a nurse tells me you were in last week and wanted very much to see me. And the cop says, it wasn't anything important, and then leaves. And she says, didn't you go to college with us? And she says, just if you think about it, didn't take him seriously. Sorry, I'm like I said, everybody, I have to skip over every 5 seconds, so I'm going to be skipping some of the dialogue.
It's okay. It just encourages them to watch the movie.
Yes, which I hope everybody does. I'm just a general practitioner, he says. Love is handled by the specialist. You know what? And in hindsight, I have seen this movie, by the way, many, many times over the years. And I watched it again today in preparation for this stream. And the first thing that clicked, that I realized that I never realized when I was younger, is I think the reason why the townspeople trusted him more is because he had been gone for a long time. They don't think that he was compromised. So I think that's the reason why they refused to see all the other doctors. And he says, here's where I leave you. This is where you left me the last time, she says, before they left. The last time they saw each other before they went their separate ways. And here he is back in his office. And he says, Sally, I'm off. I guess he's getting ready to go home. Tell the answering service I'll be at home. And then he hears the scream of a little boy saying, I'm not going in there. And here we have Mrs. Grimaldi from the beginning of the movie, the lady from the fruit stand with the little boy that was running from her. And by the way, the boy is a very good actor, very convincing. I don't think we could see that these days.
No, so he was awesome.
He was. The boy was truly panicking and afraid. In fact, they have to basically hold him down. And the boy's gotten obviously to the point where he doesn't trust anybody. And he says, hey, take it easy, says the doctor. Isn't this Jimmy Grimaldi? He says, sure, I almost ran you down this morning. You've got to be careful when you run out in the road, she says. Or he says, come on. And he decides to bring Jimmy in there. And Jimmy's still struggling and fighting. And the doctor says, hey, slow down now. School isn't as bad as all that. And then Mrs. Grimaldi explains, no, it's not school. It's my daughter-in-law. He's got the crazy idea she isn't his mother. And then here's where the boy is basically sobbing at this point, saying, don't let her get me. Nobody's going to get you, Jimmy, says the doctor, comforting him. And an hour ago, I found him in the cellar, she says. He wouldn't say anything until I started to phone his mother. That's when he said Anna wasn't his mother. And the doctor says, can you keep him with you for a day or so? Give him one of these every 4 hours during the day. Oh, God, give him drugs. Yes, doctor, thank you, she says.
Yeah, I was like, wonder what that pill is.
Yeah, I know, right? Obviously a tranquilizer of some
sedative,
sort.
Yeah, just a trank.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, definitely.
Don't let her get me, the kid is still screaming. And being a doctor with excellent bedside manner, he says, I'll give you something to make you wise. And that's a good boy, Jimmy. And Jimmy swears, I'm not going home ever. And the boy still exclaims that she's not my mother. All right, run along. Everything's going to be okay, says the doctor. You know, he's dismissive of what the boy's doing, but I know the red flags are already going off in his head. I've changed my mind. I'm not going directly home, he tells the nurse. I'm going to stop up and see Wilma Lentz. And he said, yes, tell her what happened. So, and then I suggest the boy spend the night. So she phones the family, and here we go. And this is where he visits his girlfriend, Becky, and her cousin and Uncle Ira. They're mowing the lawn. And Uncle Ira is the one that is being under suspicion that he's not really Uncle Ira. And here they're asking her, he's your Uncle Ira, all right. The doctor saw him and says, in every way I examined him, he's definitely your Uncle Ira. And she says, he is not. How is he different? Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the actress Virginia Christine, the one that I mentioned at the beginning of the movie. Does anyone recognize her face or anything else she's ever done? Probably not, right? Well, she was in the 1944 movie The Curse of the Mummy with Lon Chaney. But she was, I would say for a modern audience, but I'll say I'm really, really old compared to you guys. I'm going to show something really quick that she was known for later on. I'll cover this really fast. I couldn't help it. I couldn't resist.
And hail Captain Infinity and hail Bill. Thanks for being here.
Hey, all guys. Good to see you. Okay. So, Virginia Christine, that actress, this is something that any kid who grew up in the 60s, 70s, and 80s would probably recognize her from.
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to call the garage, Mrs. Olson.
Oh, thank you so much. I hate to be such a bother.
No bother at all.
I'll make some coffee.
And look who the man is.
Oh, I wish I could make coffee he likes.
I find you have to start with the right coffee. So I always use Folgers.
Oh, coffee's the same, Mrs. Olson.
Oh, no, different.
There we go. Okay. Does anybody recognize that by chance?
No, that's way before my time.
Way before your time. That really speaks to
I
my age.
remember that.
apologize for that. Sorry about that there. Okay. So back to the movie anyway. Thank you guys for indulging me. I appreciate that.
Of course.
So here we are back in 1956. So that was her in the 70s, and here we are with her in the 60s. So the doctor's asking her, how is he different? She says there is no difference you can actually see. He looks, sounds, and acts and remembers like Uncle Ira. And then he says, well, then he is your Uncle Ira. See that? No matter how you feel, he is. And of course, she insists, but he isn't. There's just something missing. By the way, the allegory of this movie, it really, really reminds me a lot of what's going on these days with the people who are not getting the vaccine, the way they're treated, versus the people who have gotten the vaccine. So this really, really reminds me of this a lot. He's been a father to me since I was a baby, she said. Always when he talked to me, there was a special look in his eye. And he says, what about memories? There must be certain things that only you and he would know about. And she said, of course, she had already tested him. She says, I've talked to him about them. He remembers them all, down to the last small detail, just like Uncle Ira would. There's no emotion. That's what she says. He knows everything. He remembers everything, but there's just simply no emotion. Just the pretense of it, she says. The words, gesture, the tone of the voice, everything else is the same, but not the feeling. And then she says, memories or not, he isn't my Uncle Ira. So strange that she's convinced, just like the little boy Grimaldi. And he's trying to comfort her by saying, Wilma, I'm on your side. And he says, my business is people in trouble. No one could possibly impersonate your Uncle Ira without you or your Aunt Elada or even me, without seeing a million little differences. Think about it, and then you'll know. And here comes the aunt from inside the house, and he says, say nothing to her. And then she says, hello to the doctor. Why, Miles? I didn't know you were here. And hello, Mrs. Lynch. She says hello to Becky. And she asks him if he'd like to stay for dinner. And he says, I'm sorry, I can't tonight. And she says, but we're having spoon bread. And he says, please don't tempt me.
Spoon bread. I'm going to have to look that up.
I think that's where you just make dough. And you scoop a bunch of dough in a spoon, like bread dough. And then you put it in deep fryer. So it's kind of
it's like fry bread.
Like
fried bread.
Right. Or like that stuff they sell at like carnivals and amusement parks where it's I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a spiral of deep fried bread and you put like strawberry on it. That's it. Well, similar. Churros is a Mexican thing that's made out of cinnamon. But right now I can't remember off the top of my head the name of that bread they sell, but basically deep fried bread and they'll put like strawberry topping on it.
Sounds so good. I don't think I've ever had it.
I remember I had it at Magic Mountain. And here they are watching Uncle Ira. She says, don't spare me. I've got to know, she asks him to be honest. Am I crazy, she says. He says, no, you're not. Even these days, but you don't have to be losing. He says, even these days, it's not that easy to be crazy, but you don't have to be losing your mind to need psychiatric help, he says. I'd like you to see a doctor.
Which I thought was a really modern take. I was like, that seems really, really reasonable.
Well, it does, because there was always such a stigma. If people thought they needed psychiatric help, I mean, like I said, it was a stigma. Everybody always thought something was wrong with them. There is still that kind of stigma. But you know what? I know people who have been through therapy, and I have to say, many times they are worse off coming out of therapy than they were going in.
I've seen
Yeah.
that too, really
Right.
close
I
hand.
think
Right. I don't think anybody
definitely.
should be allowed to get into somebody's mind and manipulate it because I've seen that for the negative. Because then, who knows what's going on in the mind of that psychologist?
Well, exactly. And like they could be trying to say the right things, and it just does the complete opposite. Like it's
Right. That's what they usually do is just tell the listener or the patient whatever they want to hear to get them out of the office. And
oh, well,
and
even
they'll get out of there thinking I'm right with everything and the whole world is wrong. My doctor told me so.
100%. And they actually bring that up later in the movie where they're like, we're gonna figure out atoms and we're gonna figure out everything. We'll never figure it out 100% how the human mind works.
Which is still right to this day. Now they just use drugs, right? Unfortunately. Okay, so he says that she asks a psychiatrist. He says yes, Dan Kaufman. Of course, and also this is the 1950s. He tells her that he'll make an appointment at another doctor's office for tomorrow. It's like, no, that's not how it works now. Now it would be, I'll give him your name and he'll give you a call in a month or so, and you'll schedule an appointment in 3 or 4 months, right? And she said,
Yeah.
you see, she's not very happy with that answer. I don't blame her. And she says, but it's a waste of time. There's nothing wrong with me, she says. And here's Uncle Ira mowing, and he looks back at them. And look at that look on her face. We better break this up, or he'll start wondering, she says. And he's got an odd look on his face, and he says, if I don't suspect, he says, wondering about what? And she says, if I don't suspect, she says, you've been a big help. I don't want either of you to worry about me, she says. I'll be all right. And doctor asks her, are you staying here, Becky, or may I drive you home? And she says, of course not. You don't have to stay here. Good night. So Becky leaves with Dr. Bennell. And he does stop and talk to Uncle Ira for a second. I was having Becky back, DNA boy. He appears normal. And here's where the voiceover says a warning bell is ringing. And suddenly we're perfect. Everything he's talking about, people panicking, and then now suddenly everything was all right. A boy claiming his mother wasn't his mother. A woman claiming her uncle wasn't her uncle. Obviously, the boy's mother was his mother. And I had seen her, and Uncle Ira was Uncle Ira. Miles, he is Ira with a question mark. Well, of course he is. What do you mean? And he said, well, it's just that Wilma's so positive, she says. I think so. I'm a doctor. According to my diploma, I could start talking psychiatrical jargon, but it's out of my line and in Dan Kaufman's. And here's what she says. I wish you didn't have to go home for dinner. And he says, I don't. Dad's eating out with a friend. And she says, great. And he says, I can pick you up at 7. It's summer and the moon is full. Miles, and here's where they're quoting Shakespeare, where the wild thyme grows. You haven't changed a bit. And by the way, another thing about this movie, go ahead.
I was just going to say this is once again foreshadowing. Her father is eating out with someone else, and I don't mean that in a dirty way. We'll find
Right.
out later why this is important.
He's been out of town so long, you think the dad would be excited to see him. But
You'd
apparently,
think, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. And I wanted to explain too is this movie was shot on a very tight budget. It was like I think it was over 19 days, but unfortunately went 3 days over budget because I'm very happy because director Don Siegel insists on shooting night for night shooting. And what that term means is where they actually shot at nighttime and they use lights, which was prohibitively very expensive back in the day. A lot of times when you watch low budget B movies from back in the day, they called it day for night shooting, where they would shoot during the daytime and they would turn down the exposure on the camera to make it appear nighttime. But you can tell it wasn't. You can see the shadows and everything, the trees. You can tell it's daylight, but they just darkened the film to make it seem like night. And it wasn't very convincing, and the director knew that. Thank goodness. Here he is talking to two other doctors, our fellow friends of his. Hey, Miles, when did you get back? And he introduces them to Becky Driscoll. And he says, watch out what you say, Ed. You may remember Becky. And he said, I should. I brought her into the world. So that was the doctor that gave birth to her. And he says, and there's Dr. Kaufman, the one that he was mentioning, and he says, this saves me a phone call. I've got a kid and a woman who need a witch doctor. And the woman says her sister isn't her sister. And I knew you'd been studying hypnosis, he says. But when did you start reading minds, said the doctor? And notice how they're very dismissive. And of course, this is the day where doctors smoke cigarettes heavily, right?
I get a kick out of that word hypnosis because the word gnosis means knowledge, but if you add hip to the front, it's like pretty cool, right? So cool knowledge.
Right. And all hypnosis. There's an old misconstrued legend out there or lore that people can almost brainwash people and force them what to do with hypnosis, but that's not true. Under hypnosis, nobody can force you to do anything that you wouldn't actually do.
Yeah, you have to be willing.
Right. And here's where he says, I've sent him a dozen patients since it started. So they've been seeing patients as well. And what is it? What's going on? And he says, evidently it's contagious, an epidemic of mass hysteria. Now we know when we hear that, that's usually BS. He says, in 2 weeks, it spread all over town. What causes it? He says, we'll worry about that. What's going on in the world? He says, make room for Wilma Lentz tomorrow for an appointment. He says, send her in around 2 o'clock. Good night, he says. Yeah, thank God his day happens to be completely empty. There they are. They see the two doctors off. And of course, my phone starts going off. Hold on. Bear with me, guys. I forgot to turn it down. Oh, all right. I got a comment here, which reminds me, I need to start addressing the people in the chat. I'm so sorry for guys in the chat. Let me get caught up on that really quick. I'm sure I'm probably behind.
I've been trying to keep up just in chat for you, Pops.
I appreciate that. And I think we left off somewhere around here. And Jerome says, astronomically, it does make sense. That's when we were talking about City Alpha 5. Sean Carter, hello, everyone. And then Mrs. Savine says, hello, Sean. And Resolute Germ said, no, it would not have affected another planet in the system. It was such a large explosion because it consumed the available material, in that case being the nebula. Gorilla's Random Thought said, at least I have a 90% chance of no work tomorrow. Well, glad to hear that, Gorilla. I guess you're piling up with all that snow. And Gorilla says, if you get a claim, let me know and I'll help you with it. All my Gilligan's Island ones were released within a couple hours. And we have a new visitor. Hail, PvP. So good to see you. And there he is.
You hear me?
We hear you, sir.
Hey, guys. Hi. How's it going?
Well, welcome, PvP. It's going great. And as you know, we're
good.
covering Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Have you seen this movie before?
I watched it on Sunday, actually.
And what would you judge it as or grade it as? What do you think?
Oh, I think it's a classic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's the script is very tight. It's not boring. It keeps it moving along at a great pace, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, since it's only 80 minutes, that helps too.
Honestly, going into it, I watched it for the first time this morning, and going into it, I was like, "Oh man, is this going to be a slog?" And I was a little distracted at first. And about 10 minutes in, I was just like, slowly turned. I'm like, "Hold on, this is really good."
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, it was the same thing. I thought, "Oh, this is just another boring sci-fi B movie." But once it grips you, you should realize this is head and shoulders above all the rest of the movies at the time.
Yeah, it pretty much hits the ground running, this one. Kevin McCarthy, to me, gives such a great performance. And I pretty much buy into his whole dilemma right from the start.
Absolutely. And another thing I want to point out is this movie made me a big, big fan of Kevin McCarthy. So after watching this, I would watch anything and everything he was in. So I was so happy that the director, Joe Dante, also loved him and put him in almost all of his movies.
Okay.
So anybody who knows Joe Dante, the director, he had a really good big role in the movie Inner Space.
Okay.
As a bad guy. So he does play a bad guy sometimes.
That would be interesting.
And Resolute Germ says, you got a 90% chance of being frozen in your home, Gorilla. Work is the least of your problems. Well, Gorilla, keep warm and crank up that heat.
Yeah, do you have a wood stove, just in case?
I know, something, right?
Well, if the power goes out, yikes.
Yeah, I'm in California. We're having some extremely high winds today. It ripped off part of the tiles on our roof. It's exceptionally hot.
Well,
it snowed like a foot last night in Calgary.
Yikes.
Oh my
all
God,
right.
it was awful. Jesus Christ.
Well,
We're
Gorilla's
lucky
supposed to.
here. We
Gorilla's,
haven't got any snow in a long time now.
yeah, and I'm too low in California to see snow. I'd have to climb up to the mountains. And Gorilla, as Random Thoughts, promised all of us that he's going to make a snowman, and he's going to make a video of it. So don't forget, Gorilla. We're going to keep reminding you until we see it.
Mm,
Deadly.
that's right.
And Gorilla, make it sexy. Just kidding.
An X-rated snowman.
Yeah, no, Gorilla's got little kids around the house, so yeah, I was just joking.
Just be
Oh,
careful
Mrs.
where you put
Avita.
that.
NC. We'll dial it back. NC-17.
Right.
Just be careful where you put that carrot.
Oh,
Right.
you just got to make it like Calvin and Hobbes, right?
Yeah, Calvin and Hobbes. Boy, that was a great comic strip.
I've heard of the comic
Oh.
strip. I remember I used to read it when I was a kid. I used to read a lot of comic strips.
I'm gonna have to bring you up. I'll find you the snowmonger episodes. Calvin calls them snowmongers. It's hilarious.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
It's amazing.
Notice the says, "Hail, Gorilla. Hope you're staying warm and safe, buddy." And Sean Carter, hail. So good to see you, Sean. I'm glad you're here. Oh, wow. These old techno babble names are so awesome. Anyone remembers Smell-O-Vision? Yes, I remember Smell-O-Vision. And anybody know who's the director who came out with that at first?
Oh, I should know it. Well, it's the guy that did the ones with the big transvestite, wasn't it?
Yes, the one with Divine.
Yeah. Jeez,
John Waters.
Waters, that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
John Waters was the first one to come out with Scratch and Sniff.
He was
And then
kind
he
of
had people-
notorious.
He was, and he had people copy it, and he actually sued them and won for copying it.
He was a very inventive guy, I guess. Really.
Well, we'll be covering that in future streams. John Waters, who I'm a very big fan of, I think I've seen all of his movies. He was a fan of the old horror B movie director William Castle, and William
Okay.
Castle made a lot of old horror movies like 13 Ghosts and the House, some haunted house movies. I don't want to go too much into The Tingler and a bunch of other movies, but he was a showman. He would rig
Yeah.
the theaters with all these gadgets and things to scare the audience, which would help drive in viewings.
Yeah, I
And
saw
John
the
Waters,
Tingler.
yeah,
I saw
John
the
Waters,
Tingler
yeah,
at the theater,
Tingler,
and
yeah,
it
they
had
actually-
the thing in the seats or whatever.
right? They had electric buzzers in the seats to shock the audience whenever the Tingler was on the screen.
Yeah, it was pretty weird.
Right. And John Waters was a big fan of that. So being a fan of that, that's why he wanted to kind of be like that. So he came out with Scratch and Sniff.
Hmm. You know,
So
another king of B movies, I think, is Russ Meyer.
Russ Meyer, yes.
He
And,
did some very strange films.
Oh, yes, he did. And here's where they're discussing the patients. This is the oddest thing I ever heard of. Let's hope we don't catch it, whatever it is. Now they're referring to when the doctor said that it was a mass hysteria. She said, "I'd hate to wake up in the morning and find out you weren't you." And that's another, we're getting a little insight to the movie here because she says, "I hate to wake up and find out you're not you." So what does it have to do with overnight? Interesting. I guess we'll find out.
Foreshadowing.
Uh-huh. And she said, "I'm not the high school kid you used to romance." And
Yeah, this is pretty
It
mature stuff for 1956, really.
is, obviously, and it wasn't made for the kiddies at the drive-in, because if you're at the
No.
drive-in nicking with your girlfriend in the back seat, this movie's going to really suck because you're not going to understand what's going on. You're Becky Driscoll. So he realizes, yes, she is definitely Driscoll. That's why you notice them two embraced and kissed, and that's when he said, "Yes, you're definitely Becky."
Hmm.
And here's where she got back. This is an example of your bedside manner. And here's where they're just joking a little bit. And here we are. "Good evening, doctor." And they're having dinner at a restaurant. He says he's been away for a few weeks. And here's where the proprietor of the restaurant, or the maitre d', tells him, no business. Nobody's been coming along, even though the restaurant has been was always very successful. And the doctor says, "At least we don't have to wait for a table. Take your pick here or here," he says. So they go to have a seat. And he says, "Business slumped, so I had to let them go." So he had to fire most of his staff. And he says, "Shall we dance?" "And I hope you didn't let the bartender go," they said. And they ordered 2 dry, which I'm guessing is martinis. Very dry. Has anybody ever drank a martini before?
I have to admit, I never have.
Oh, when I was in the Air Force,
Oh, I loved martinis.
Yeah, when I enlisted in the Air Force and I went, it was right as I turned 21, and I was never able. Now, of course, as a kid, I always got my hands on beer and whatever. But when I turned 21, I wanted to try a martini because I'd always seen it in movies like this and TV shows.
Martinis are
So
serious.
yes, so I remember I went into a bar there with buddies just off base, and they said, "What do you have?" And I said, "I'll have a martini, dry." Oh my god, it was the worst tasting thing I ever had.
Was
It's
You
it?
like, wow,
you should have got it dirty, my friend, with an olive.
would that make that
Give
much
a
of a difference?
martini. Give it absolutely. Give a martini another try, and tell them you want it dirty with an olive.
Dirty, and I mean olive by that, nothing else.
So there's gin and there's vodka martinis, are there not? If I
It
remember
has to be a gin martini with dry vermouth, dirty, with an olive,
okay.
With an olive,
shaken.
not
For real.
stirred.
For
Right,
real.
shaken.
For real. I'm dead serious.
Hail, Captain Finity. Speaking of, and he says, "Cheers." And Nemesis of Eden says, "Cheers." Nemesis of Eden says, "Hope you're doing well, Cap." Likewise, Cap. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Bill, hello, Bill, says coffee. And we have a teetotaler here. Sean Carter says, "Hey," of course, teetotalers are totally fine, Bill. Sean Carter says, "Hey there, Captain Finity." Bill says, "Funnel cake." That's it. Thank you. That's the stuff they sell at the amusement parks. It's deep fried bread, funnel cake. They like make like a string looking thing, a pattern like in a circle, kind of like a spiral, and then they deep fry it and they put it on a plate and they sprinkle powdered sugar over it, and then like strawberry toppings. Yeah, thank you, Bill. And Sean Carter says concha, and Bill says with powdered sugar. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologize, Bill. And Bill, I like your avatar. Yep, I like that. Bullwinkle. Sean Carter at Pop Culture. I think the Mexican bread you're thinking of is concha. Right, there is a Mexican bread, right? But I know there was somebody said churro, and churro is something a little different. It's like a long stick, but it is very similar. But it's dipped in cinnamon and sugar. Mad
I said
scientist,
churro.
but I'm not an expert. I mean, you guys are always welcome to correct me, please, in the chat. I encourage you. I make mistakes like everyone else. Hail, hail, my good friend, Mad Scientist. Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Sorry I'm late. It is absolutely fine. I hope you're still hanging around. I'm like 15 minutes behind on these chats. I feel terrible. Minister of Eden says, whatever it was, it sounds delicious. It is. It's fattening, but it's, what else would it be, right? Hail, Mad Scientist. Glad to see you here. No worries, says Nemesis of Eden. Gorillas Random Thought says, Retta Louie? He's probably going to fix that. Germ, I got natural gas and also firewood. Oh, there you go. Yeah, natural gas and firewood.
Yeah,
I got natural
gas.
Yeah, I got natural gas every time I go to Taco Bell, which means I'm not going back. Gorillas Random Thought says, PvP, I got a barrel. And Mad Scientist, be aware of the carrot. Absolutely right. And the carrot goes up front, not in the back, people. Gorillas Random Thought says, I'll be playing the song Who Put the Dick on the Snowman. Watch out, Gorilla. You don't want to be arrested and have the neighbors call you in.
Yeah, busted for a snowman. That would be
Yes.
pretty strange.
Yeah, but make sure you post the video on
Live stream it.
Right, whatever you do, right, record it, whatever you do before you're arrested. Captain Finity says Necky Becky. And Captain Finity says Necky Becky. And Herc130 says usual suspects in the chat tonight. Hey all, good to see you, Herc130. Good to see you. Sean Carter says, oh, churros. Yes, the Mexican donut. Absolutely. I think some Taco Bells used to carry them. I don't know if they still do. And Mad Scientist says Lamau.
Yeah,
And
the Taco Bells, they call it an empanada.
Oh, yeah, because they don't want to actually call things what they actually are, right? Well, because they pale in comparison. I'm glad they don't.
Taco Bell was so popular here, they tore it down about a year ago and they put up another Starbucks. we probably got like half a dozen Starbucks around town at least.
How hard is it to get real good Mexican food where you're at, PvP?
Actually, I've never really looked into it because restaurants are so bloody expensive now. I just don't eat. I don't go out very often.
Well, they are here too in California, but being from California, we're so close to the Mexican border. We have taco trucks all over, and the taco trucks are a lot more reasonable. They're ran by mom and pops. They pull out a table and the whole cooking, all the cooking stuff, and they cook right there in front of you. They actually homemade tortillas and everything.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised if there was at least one restaurant around here somewhere that does Mexican food. But because this is one of those food towns, where there's quite a few restaurants, and you can get all kinds of different things. So I need
Well,
to look into it one of these days.
I'll give you some advice. I had a job that sent me to the deep south, unfortunately. I'm talking about redneck country, inbred and all that stuff. And no offense to those people, but it was scarce was Mexican food in Arkansas. I'll put it that way. So I finally found a Mexican restaurant that said Mexican on the sign. And I went in there and I said, okay. I noticed that the server wasn't Hispanic. And I looked around at the waitress, not Hispanic. And I said, is this Mexican food? And they said, oh, yes, have a seat. And I said, can I take a peek into the kitchen really quick? Why? I said, I just want to see into the kitchen real fast. They said, okay. I looked in the kitchen, not one Latino. And I said, bye-bye. See you later. And then Mr. Bean says, hail, Herc 130. Gorillas Random Thought says, hey, it will be a 1 million view video. Right, exactly right. Make sure you scream and put up a fight when they tase you, Gorilla. Just kidding there. Kids, don't follow Gorilla's example at home. And Gorillas Random Thought says, the town just down the road is called Little Mexico. Oh, great. Then that's where you want to go for your tacos. Herc 130 says, hail at Nemesis of Eden. So we're caught up with the chat. Here we go with the movie. So we got Miles and Becky dancing. And, of course, Becky's still concerned. I'm worried if you're a personal physician or a doctor, he says. And he said, there's our evening, so it ruins the evening. And, of course, immediately the bartender tells him he has a phone call. And he says, Jack Belichick wants you to come to his house right away. So they waste no time. And matter of fact, where are we here? 17 minutes into the movie. Okay. And he says it's urgent. So he better hold those drinks, he tells the bartender. They don't even have time to enjoy their drinks. And at least they called before we ordered dinner, he said. And she says, well, I can wait. And she said, I'll go with you. It wasn't the bartender that said, I'll go with you. It was Becky, by the way.
He probably could have gone with him because there's no business.
Right, I got no business to do anyway here. And besides, I'll bring a couple bottles with me. We'll have a great old time.
There you go.
So here we have Miles Bennell, Dr. Bennell. So sometimes I'm going to call him Miles. And Becky here approaching the Belichick home. And he says, there's Jack, which is a personal friend of his. Oh, those old classics. Those cars could rip through anything on the road these days. That's for sure. Look at all the chrome. Did you guys hear California wants to ban chrome entirely?
Why?
Oh, of course it's bad for the environment. Of course, chrome is killing people. What else?
Well, hey, I just went to another supermarket here this week that's gotten rid of the plastic bags now.
Yeah, I want to explain that really quick. Thank you for reminding me, because here's something that irks me and people don't talk about it. It used to be grocery stores had paper bags and they were totally free. You can get as many as you wanted.
Yep.
Then they started having plastic bags. Then the plastic bags were all over the streets. So the excuse that the grocery store said was, let's start charging people 10 in the Bay Area, 25 cents per bag, and then they won't throw them out in the streets anymore. And I remember when the law went up to be voted on, they said, well, what do they do with all that money that they make from the bags? Well, they'll just let the stores keep it. Yeah, that's not asking for trouble, is it?
Yeah, it's a real rip-off, really.
It's extreme rip-off. So anyway, guess what happens? Is now they sell bags that are upwards of 25 cents a piece, sometimes more. And guess what? Paper bags are nowhere to be found. And those had no harm on the environment. Isn't that strange?
Well, the crazy thing, when I was young, when they got rid of paper bags, the excuse was, paper bags are bad for the environment because we're killing the forests off, right?
Right, and plastic is right, and plastic is non-biodegradable.
So plastic's going to be a good thing. So then everybody was on the plastic bandwagon for decades, and now it's flip-flopped back the other way now.
Well, it's still plastic, except now these 30-cent bags are much thicker than the older ones, so they're even worse on the environment. We got a patch of plastic floating around in the ocean just to prove it.
Actually, there won't be any plastic bags at any stores here in about a year's time, I read.
Yeah, they're working on that here.
They're phasing it out. Yeah, they're phasing it right out.
I heard Walmart's doing that too.
Walmart's already done it here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do to people who don't have a bag when they walk into the store.
Yeah, Walmart phased them out like 6 months ago here.
What happens if you go in the store without a bag? You're just out of luck.
Well, I guess
you buy a new one.
I guess you got to buy one. I don't even know if they have like the cloth bags. Actually,
Oh
come to think of
no,
it.
yeah, I was gonna say, you know what it is? I bet you they have some cloth bags or something. They're $2 or $3 a piece, and you'll have to buy those, right?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
They're
no, well,
actually pretty reasonable. They're like 50 cents, maybe $1.
It
Yeah, that's
depends
yeah, here in
reasonable,
on
isn't
the
it?
Canada they're
store.
like 50 cents.
Honestly, when I go into the superstore now, because they don't have bags, I don't buy food in advance. I get what I'm going to eat for like 2 or 3 days, and I just grab what I can carry. I go to the thing. I don't put anything in a bag. I just carry it to my car.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, I try and remember to take some cloth bags with me because I got a couple of really great ones that I actually at the independent food market just a couple blocks from here. They were giving them out free one week, and I grabbed a couple of them because they're huge, really
Right.
well
Well,
made bags.
my problem is I fall into the category of what most people do, and I don't think about it when I go to the store. I don't want to
That's the
drive all the way
problem.
home to get some bags. They
Yeah.
know that. They know that. That's why to take advantage of that, they're going to keep selling bags, but they're going to keep raising the prices because they know people are going to keep buying them. That's the facts.
Well, there's
Well, and
no
it's stupid
bags.
too because they got like there's all at least here there's like those cloth bags. They're all over the place. They've just replaced the plastic bags. At the very least, the co-op where I works at, they've replaced all of their plastic bags with biodegradable bags. So at least those at some point will just like mush up into nothing.
That's what
And
I
then
can't
right, and those
figure
should be
out.
free. Right, those should be free, like bags used to be. I mean, shouldn't that be when they should have done in the first place?
Yeah, they should have biodegradable bags everywhere. I mean, it seems like it'd be a simple
Yep, and
solution,
they should
right?
be free like bags used to be.
Yeah.
I have a really good friend who works in the food industry, and he's told me several times how another example is when you go to a fast food place and they sell those little containers of like ketchup and mustard and hot sauce.
Yeah.
They call them sachets. But when you're paying for your lunch or your meal, those are already factored into the cost. The
Yeah, we
restaurant
got them.
sells them extra when they say, oh, like McDonald's, especially is
Really?
notorious for it, saying, "Oh, you want
Huh.
dipping sauce? That's 50 cents."
Oh, I
So they
guess it
do that just
depends.
as an extra gouge, and they know
Ketchup
that.
and
Same with
vinegars.
Wendy's.
Ketchup and vinegar is generally free at the fast food places around here.
Not here in
Dude,
California.
I'm
It's
not
only,
even allowed to give out ketchup for free if unless people ask for it. They're like,
Wow.
you have to ask for salt and pepper. You got to ask for ketchup. Oh,
yeah,
you
Jeez.
want extra dipping sauce? That's 50 cents each.
Yeah,
same thing
last
here.
time
And now
I
you got to ask for forks or napkins, or they won't give them to you.
that's
Even
crazy.
receipt, they won't give it to you unless you ask.
Yeah,
Anyway,
customer service is gone.
right? Yeah, I know. And speaking of body snatchers, okay, back to the movie here.
Hmm.
So we have Dr. Bennell and a beautiful Becky here visiting Jack Belichick, his best friend. I want to get a copyright strike. And there's Jack with his lovely, beautiful wife, Carolyn Jones.
Yeah, she
This is
wasn't
the
bad looking.
no, very hot. And this is Morticia from the Adams family without that big black wig.
Interesting.
Oh wow,
Okay.
I wouldn't have recognized her. Wow, that's cool.
See,
Right.
thanks PvP because I didn't recognize her either. And like Pop's like, oh, you'll totally recognize her. And I'm like, was it the lady beforehand? And I'm like, nope, guess it wasn't her. Was it this? Oh, nope, guess it's not this lady. So okay,
You
makes
especially
sense.
you'll know even more so when we see it close ups.
Didn't Morticia have some kind of makeup on too to make her look pale or something?
Absolutely, yeah, it was all makeup,
Yeah.
and they had a
Okay.
suit. The suit made her look really skinny. She could barely walk in it, all that kind of stuff.
No,
In
Jays.
fact, right. In fact, they had to sew her up into the suit pretty much because it was so tight.
Wow.
But she loved that role, by the way. She died, unfortunately. Poor Carolyn Jones died at a relatively early age.
That
But
sucks.
yeah, she was a seasoned actress who'd been around a long time, even like before this movie.
Hmm.
So, but unfortunately, though, most people remembered her as Morticia Adams, and she did embrace that, and she appreciated it. So that's always a good thing.
Hmm.
So here's where Jack Belichick, Miles' friend, says, "Thank heaven, I thought you'd never arrive. And why'd you drive me away from my dinner?" He says. And Jack says, "You won't believe it until you see it." And he's, "Hello, Becky." Now they're saying hello to each other. And now Jack says to Miles, "Could you forget you're a doctor for a while?" And he says, "Why?" And he says, "Quit acting like a writer. Maybe you can tell me you're the doctor." And here they come into their study. And here's where Jack tells Miles, "Put the light on over the pool table, which is right behind him." And that's when Miles notices that there's something laying on the pool table covered in a blanket. And here's where Jack tells him to take a look. And as you can see, he's shocked. Now notice he looked, what it is the body. And notice the doctor looks at the body and then back at Jack and then back at the body again. And the first thing he does is check for vital signs.
Yeah, this is where the film kind of takes a big jump into being really scary.
Yes, absolutely, right.
Yeah, because it's like it's almost an eldritch horror, right? Like here's this dude, like he's kind of human, but not really, and like they're freaking out, and it's
Yes.
really interesting. And it's nice that like they don't show you like because obviously they wouldn't have the
Right.
physical
And
capabilities to do that
right,
back
and
then, so they're leaving it to your imagination.
exactly. And here's where the wife, Carolyn Jones, her character's name is Teddy, what she says is especially creepy. And here's where he's examining the body. And Jack asks Dr. Bennell, what do you make of it? And who is he, says Dr. Bennell. And Jack says, I have no idea. And he says, it's like the first impression that's stamped on a coin. All the features, but no details. No character, no lines. And he says, have you got any ink pad around the house? Asks the doctor. And he says, there's one on the desk. Why? And he says, he asked him to get the ink pad. And of course, it's a dead man. And the doctor says, I don't know, but I've got a feeling that I know this sounds crazy, but if I should do an autopsy, I think I'd find every organ in perfect condition, the doctor says. Here's where they are getting an impression of the fingerprints. As perfect as the body is externally, everything in working order, all set to go. Hold that down. You get the fingerprints. And fingerprints are blank. Almost as if an impression to be stamped onto it, they say. And here's where she says the creepiest part of it all. See, that's where you can see Carolyn Jones' face. That's Morticia Adams.
Yeah, I recognize her now. I
Right, those
recognize
big
her now.
eyes, big
She
sad
was
eyes.
very beautiful, wasn't she? Gosh.
Right, but highly underrated. And by the way, I wanted to point out some background trivia. Is like I said, she was a relatively established actress at this time. And Dana Wynter, who's playing Becky, the doctor's girlfriend, like I said, this is her introductory role.
Really? She was really good.
She was very good. So her, knowing that Carolyn Jones was a seasoned actress with a lot of experience, went to Carolyn Jones, approached her, and asked her if she could help guide her with her performance.
Awesome.
And Carolyn Jones refused.
Oh, that's
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Carolyn Jones, but I think she was upset because she didn't get the leading role.
Well, of
Oh.
course.
I was gonna
But-
say she was probably a little jealous.
Right.
Yeah, she
so,
is basically a supporting character. That's true.
She is, right. So, so Carolyn Jones was no help at all to Dana Wynter. So Dana Wynter said, well, she did is just, she went by observing her, is what she said.
Ah, good plan.
And here's where that.
I just want to mention something that one thing that bothers me about this scene, because I don't think it's ever brought up at all in the film, is when and how and why did the body appear on the pool table?
Well, that's a point of contention because the doctor should be the one asking those questions, but he doesn't.
Yeah, and you'd think if it was like the pod, people in their pod form, the way we see them later in the film, you would think there would be like a lot of messy stuff on the table, right?
Well, no. I think what happened. Well, they didn't say it in the movie, so it's not part of canon. But I think what happened was Jack found that somewhere, and brought it in and put it on the table. Because remember, in this movie, they hide them.
Okay, that makes sense. He probably just discovered it and then brought it to the table for the doctor.
Right.
To
In fact, right. And like I said at the beginning here, there was a lot of scenes that were cut mandated by the studio. So it could have been in a cut scene where he asked Jack, where'd you find this? Jack could have said like out in the garden or something like that.
Yeah, actually, Pop,
Because it's his pod, right? Like it's his duplicate, so it's
right. Well, that's what she's getting ready to say. That's what Teddy, the wife, says. She says it looks just like Jack. And that's where the movie really takes a dive into scary.
I'm just wondering, Pop, did they ever save any of those deleted cut scenes at all, or are they all gone?
Sadly, all gone.
That's unfortunate.
When the DVD came out, I listened to the commentary with with the director and the stars of the movie, and yeah, the scenes were not back then. They didn't know to keep them.
Oh, they should have. Wow.
Yeah, they didn't know. First, they didn't know it was going to be the big hit that it was. Then they
Mm,
didn't know that it was going to be the legend that it was. Then they didn't know that it was going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame and all these other awards that it won.
mm.
So yeah, it's a big shame.
Yeah, very,
Let
very.
alone knowledge of DVD extras.
I know,
Oh,
right?
right.
Yeah, the best part of the extras, and thank goodness they at least had that, was the audio commentary by the crew and staff. And here's where they decided we can all use a drink. Bourbon, all right. Not for me, thanks, Teddy says. And he asks, who do you think he is? I haven't the slightest idea. And you can tell she's thinking, how tall would you say that thing is, she says. And how much does it weigh? So they're guessing about how tall the guy is. I don't remember exactly what the text says. But the doctor estimates about how tall he is. And then Teddy asks, how much does he weigh? And the doctor says he's pretty thin, maybe 140 pounds. And she said Jack's 5'10" and weighs 140 pounds. That's where the movie
Dun, dun,
really takes this
dun.
spooky dive right there. Yes.
Mm.
In fact, when she does that, Jack drops the glass, breaks it, and cuts his hand.
Right. I remember that. And that becomes a significant factor a little bit later that he cut his hand.
Right. Let me show that here. And she said Jack's 5'10" and weighs 140 pounds. And when he hears that, he gets distracted, drops the bottle, and cuts his hand. Ow. And they tell her, Teddy, will you stop talking nonsense? And she says, I'm sorry, darling, but it isn't nonsense. Of course, a wife would know. And Becky, you don't think it's nonsense, do you? She says. Of course, she's going to confide in her friend. And Becky's Jack standing here, right in front of you. They still haven't quite put the pieces together. So are you sure? And they asked him, are you of course? And he says, I am. I can't remember exactly the line, but of course I am bleeding to death. So the doctor, Miles, is obviously treating the cut on Jack's hand. And he says, you know what? And there he is. There he is with the cut. And Teddy says, Miles, shouldn't we call the police and have them take that dead body out of here? And Miles says, I'm afraid it isn't just a dead body. And Jack says, thanks for helping with the hand. And Jack goes back to look at the body. And then here's where Miles surmises that I wonder if there's any connection. Dr. Kaufman calls it an epidemic of a mass hysteria. So now he's starting to link what's been going on all throughout the day. And what's good is this movie is almost filmed in real time. That's another thing that makes it good. It's not like 2 days later, 3 days later, 4 days later. It's like it's filmed over the course of one entire day or a couple days, which is fantastic because that's literally how they filmed the movie.
Well, that's what also adds to how scary it is it happens so quickly that they don't have time to even comprehend what's going on until it's too late.
Right, until it's too late, right? Because it's happening so fast, yes.
Well, and here's something I just kind of realized. Like, the doctor just, I keep forgetting everyone's names, just checked and he basically said the dude was dead, right? Like, at least he didn't specify. He's like, oh, this some person has a pulse, and they just said it was a corpse. But later on, that's no longer the case. So
right, which they'll cover that, right? They'll show that. Admiral Teague, hello, Admiral Teague. He says, "Hail, everybody!"
Hi, Admiral.
And get caught up here. Admiral Teague says, "Hail!" There we are. Herc 130 says, "Hey, PCC. You know, I did a lot of driving across Texas this weekend. I was on a team looking for the meteorite that came down in South Texas. Our team didn't find it. Landed near else. Wow, interesting. Tell us about that." Herc 130 says, "Salute at Admiral Teague. You got this." And I want to bag him. Admiral Teague says, "I want a bag made of giant panda skin, but that's me." Nemesis Sabine says, "Hail, Admiral Teague." And Admiral Teague says, "Carolyn Jones was married to Aaron Spelling, the genius who gave us Melrose Place." Yeah, if you want to call him a genius, but I'd say the scourge of 80s and 90s television because he turned everything into a soap opera. But the man was rich. And also his daughter, I can't remember her name, but I can't say here, but let's just say I'm not fond of her looks or her acting. Okay, here we go. And here's what we're talking about, where Miles is discussing about what the doctors have been telling him during the day. And he says, everybody's talking about mass hysteria. Becky's cousins got it for one. And she claims aren't her uncle or her aunt. There's several cases of such delusion, he says. And that's when they realize it looks like Jack, but it isn't quite him yet. But there is a structural likeness. It's fantastic. And then where they ask him, would you be willing to sit up and see what your friend's next move is? So they wanted him to keep an eye on that body. If nothing happens on morning, call the police, he says. And then he says, will you call me, will you? And he says, okay. You know I will.
Thank goodness he asked him to stay awake for reasons we will find out later.
Exactly right. Okay, so here's what they have. And they say, Teddy, you take care. And she says, sure. And good night, Becky. It'll make a charming, blood-curdling mystery story, says Jack. Jack is a mystery writer. So the posters you see hanging around the wall are basically movies that he wrote or books. Here they are with them driving. And here's where this is a voiceover. He says, I was careful not to let Becky know. Dan Coffin's explanation of what was wrong in town, mass hysteria, couldn't explain away that body on Jack's billiard table. And he is escorting her to her house. And she says, come in while I turn the lights on, she says. And he said, dragging me into a dark hallway to be kissed. He's still joking with her. I'm dragging you into a dark hallway, she says, because I'm scared of the dark tonight. That way lies madness. And he says, what's wrong with madness? Madness, now good night, she says. Oh, we have a proper woman, everybody, yes. She does not say follow me upstairs. She says good night. Meanwhile, her father, she goes up these stairs to go to bed, and her father seems to be busy doing something down in the basement. Well, that's right. She hasn't gone to bed yet, but that's her doctor rolling up his sleeves. I mean, her father, and he's coming out of the basement down below the house. And he says, it's about time you two got home. He says, Dad, what are you doing in the basement this late? And he says, working in my shop, which I'm sure she figures is unusual. And he asks if Jack would like a drink, or if Miles would like a drink, and he says, no thanks, it's kind of late. And they say, okay, good night. Miles leaves. And here we go.
Now, like, once again, oh, sorry, Pops. I'm trying to watch all of these characters, right? Because, like, the girl at the beginning was trying to say that, like, oh, everything's the same about him except there's no emotion. And yeah, like, I'm seeing smiles here, like nods there, right? So it's just like, at what point is no emotion a thing between these characters?
Well, like she even said, she said almost, but not quite. So it would take somebody who personally knows them, like, for example, a family member who could truly tell the difference.
Well, the thing is,
somebody in passing may not notice.
Yeah, the thing is, they do seem to mimic emotion quite a bit in some scenes, you know, where you could think of them as, you know, just being, you know, whoever you always thought they were.
I think that's what it is. I think it's a mimic, right?
That little twinkle in the eye just isn't there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's we cut back to Jack and Teddy's home, and we have the body on the billiard table. Notice now the body has a lot more detail, and it looks almost exactly like Jack. And unfortunately, Jack and Teddy have dozed off at the bar. And here's where she wakes up, and she decides to walk over and take a look at the body. Oop, I wanted to try to catch that. So just as she walks over, the eyes open. And she notices that. And she walks over. And of course, I don't think she likes the looks of that. And she notices the cut on the hand, exactly where Jack was cut.
Exactly. Now, is Jack being compromised at this point because he looks like he's asleep?
He is. He is being
that's kind of what I was
compromised.
wondering.
He is being compromised right now, right? And here's where she screams, and she runs to wake him up. And he's, of course, groggy, but he still wakes up. And when he does, the body on the table closes its eyes. And she tells him, it's you, it's you. And he tries to look at the body, and she says, no, pulling him back. You mustn't go near it, she says.
So the transformation wasn't complete because he woke up in the split second before it might have been complete, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yeah, there wasn't the mind link. It hadn't swapped over yet.
Right.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. The body's alive, but there's no mind, perhaps.
Because that's what they were. Well, they allude to that later. Well, no, they don't allude. They literally say that later on, where they're just like, there was the body and blah blah blah, just like the soul.
Yes, yes. And here's where they panic and run out of the house, which I don't blame them. I would do the same thing. And they immediately rush over to Dr. Brunel's house to tell him what happened. And he says, "What happened, Jack?" And Teddy says the same thing in our places. That thing in our place is mine, says Jack, right down to the cut on my hand. And of course, she's in hysteria at this point. It's alive, she says. Hand was cut and bleeding, she says, and the position of the body had changed. Give her some booze. There you go. And here's where he's alarmed and he closes the door and he decides to make a phone call. And here's a voice on the other end saying hello. And he says, "Yeah." And now he's calling the police. "Will you get over here fast? Important." And the response on the phone is okay. He does tell them the name. So when he calls the police, they know who it is. This is a small enough town and this is 1950. So when he says Dr. Brunel, the police know who it is. And he says, "I'll make some copy and be right with you." I'll get caught up on the chats really quick here. And by the way, I made no offense to Aaron Spelling and his daughter, which it looks like Admiral Teague has a reference to Tori Spelling. That's it. That's the over-pampered, spoiled brat that is his daughter. Admiral Teague says Jones isn't her mother, I don't think. Probably not. There's no way. There's no resemblance whatsoever. Carolyn Jones is beautiful. And Tori Spelling looks like a man in drag. That's my opinion.
So you got the whole concave face problem.
Yeah, and a weird big nose. I don't know, but the worst part is that Aaron Spelling really tried to make her a star when she wasn't. She was obviously not star material.
Yeah,
but he was putting her in everything at the time because she was Daddy's little girl, so she had to be famous, right? Sean Carter says, "I'm grateful, Aaron Spelling. My dad worked on 90210 for 3 seasons, and I got some extra work." There you go, Sean. Was like a background there, Sean. Admiral Teague says at Sean Carter, "Oh, that's so cool. I still have a crush on Shannon Doherty." Herc 130 says, "That's cool." At Sean Carter, "Yes, it is." Nemesis of Eden says, "Find that meteorite and make me a cool sword out of it, Sean." And Sean, get us some video of it before the military takes it away. Sean Carter says, "Admiral Teabag. She was beautiful." And Sean Carter says, "Tori Spelling was very nice. Ian Ziering was down to earth too, but Shannon, oh, shivers." Well, I know who Tori Spelling is, but I'm not sure who the other ones are. But I trust you if you were there. Sean Carter says at Herc 130, "Yeah, I was lucky as a kid. I got to go on a lot of movie sets and meet cool people. Dad was a driver, a teamster." Oh, very cool. Sean Carter said she had that rep. Admiral Teague too, Sean Carter says she had that rep. I'd be disappointed if she
Shannon
was nice.
Doherty was the wild child on that set. Oof.
Really? Now, when you say wild, does that mean like
Oh, she was the cocaine, the alcohol, just a spitfire. Whoa!
All right. Well, I'll make sure to send her my number. Admiral Teague says that Sean Carter, she had that rep. I'd be disappointed if she was nice. Is she still sick or did she recover? Does anybody know? Because I'm not sure. And how long?
Oh, she's been doing real great for a very long time. She's top notch.
Okay, well that's always a good thing. Admiral Teague says Tori Spelling looks like a horse with a hot faked out body. Yeah, that's a very accurate description. Thank you, Admiral. I couldn't put it right into words exactly, but you did better than I could. Sean Carter says Admiral Teague. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Admiral Teague says maybe you remember Shannon Doherty from Horror Show, Charmed. She also would beat up other female celebrities all the time. No, I didn't watch Charmed. Wasn't that like a WB, whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, she was a bunch of witches. I think Alyssa Milano was in that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's fine, but yeah, I'm not much into chick flicks. But sorry about that, guys. No offense to those that like chick flicks.
Word.
I guess chick flicks is offensive now. It's rom-com, I suppose, right? So
yeah, more of like a monster movie or horror movie type of guy myself.
Well, same here. I want serious horror. I don't want three little girls sitting around gossiping about who's in love with what. I just don't want to hear that. So here we have the doctor trying to comfort them, saying, "I'll make some coffee and be right with you," he says. And that's when they say, "What about Becky? Do you think she's all right?" And that's when he realizes that something was wrong because he remembers the Becky's father was coming out of the basement. And here's where he decides he's going to grab the keys and go check out Becky and see how she is. And he thinks about it. He looks at his own basement. And he remembers Becky saying, "Dad, what are you doing in the basement this late?" Here's now where you have the paranoia really kicking in, kicking up a notch. And we have a voiceover of him saying, "I don't know what it was, but suddenly I had the feeling that Becky was in danger. I had to get to her as quickly as possible," he says. So here he is driving to Becky's house. And he arrives, obviously, Los Angeles. I'm sure you guys can tell by the palm trees.
I love that janky exit from the car. He like crawls over and gets out the passenger side.
Right, exactly. The hard way. In fact, thank you. I'm going to show that here. See, notice that there? So, yes, he does. He crawls over and gets on the passenger side. God, and that's the day where that front seat could hold like 4 people sitting side by side. Bench seat. You know, they used to call them bench seats. And here's where he runs up on the door, but then the door's locked and he doesn't want to knock on it to alarm them. And the voiceover continues, but then I had a hunch I'd better be careful. Something was wrong in this house, he figures. So he walks around the house.
When we get the super what do you call it? The lesson on how to effectively and safely break a window. Pay attention,
absolutely.
kids.
Right, a doctor would know. A doctor would know. He doesn't exactly smash his head through the window, does he? And there's a window to the basement. Now he's looking around for something to break through.
He's just looking around to make sure there's nobody watching.
I'd be more concerned about people hearing me. Like, it's dead silent. It's a small neighborhood. Yeah, that's not the smashing of glass isn't going to stand out at all.
You know, and something else.
Yeah, very true.
Something else that strikes me too is that I think would have been good if they included in the plot that is the more that the city is taken over by the pods or whatever, that the less you hear dogs barking. That they eventually get rid of dogs. That would have been nice if they would have added that. It would have been a third dimension of the plot. Because in real life, when you hear it smash, then you hear dogs barking all over. But the fact that there's a smash and you hear no dogs barking, I would be more worried about it being quiet than anything else. Because obviously we all know dogs are sensitive and they know what's up before even we do, right?
It was probably just an oversight in the script, maybe.
Well, and it could have been in the original book. Behind the scenes, Kevin McCarthy here, the star, Dr. Burnell read the actual book before he did the movie. And he said that they had to keep a lot out, unfortunately. He said, which would have humanized the characters more and explained it. But unfortunately, it being a lower budget movie and the running time, they had to cut a lot out.
You know, I kind of think maybe that they didn't personalize them too much, you know, and concentrated on the main storyline. That almost actually made the film better. Because if they gone too much into character, you know, development and studying the characters, that would have slowed the pace down, and maybe that would have taken a lot of the fear out of the film, so to speak.
Right. The fact that the entire movie follows him and Becky. It doesn't go around the town from this location to that location and all that kind of stuff. And that's what adds to the paranoia, almost like tunnel vision.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy carries the movie totally.
Absolutely. And here we are. He busts the windows of the basement and he's climbing in. And here's where he begins looking around the basement because he remembers that Becky's father was down there, said that he was working in his shop. And he lights a match. Hold it the other way, you're going to burn your finger. There we go. And he's looking around. And the match burns out. And he lights another match.
Can you imagine having to use matches? Like, what a terrible source of light.
It is, unfortunately, temporary, but I guess he forgot his Bic at home.
Yeah, I'm a little unconvinced by the lighting in these scenes. Like, I don't know if a match would throw off quite that much light on the walls.
Hello, Google.
Well,
Turn on flashlight, please, Google.
Oh,
right.
dude, right? Like this would not, and like unfortunately, they'd have to do something different for today's day and age because they're like, well, where's the body? It's like, well, here, look, I took a video of it with my phone. You want to see? Like,
Well, and another
Yeah,
way you can tell, obviously, that the match is not the light source is because you can see the reflection, the shadow of his hand on his face, and you wouldn't see the
however,
shadow of the
that
hand on
that
his face.
that
Go ahead.
freeze frame is awesome. Look at the horror in his eyes.
Absolutely,
yeah,
horror and shock,
great acting, great acting.
which leads the audience to like wonder what is he looking at. Oh, did we see? There it is, and that's where he sees what's inside the box.
And that's his girlfriend, right?
That's Becky looking very spooky.
Very
What's in
spooky.
the
What's in the
box?
box?
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to point out for those of you guys that are interested, which is probably all of you, is this is a body double, a casting made of the actress Dana Wynter.
Really?
But right, so this shows how really good of a job they did.
Looks incredible. I thought it was like maybe an actress that was similar to her in appearance.
I thought it was her when I was the whole several years watching this. I thought it was the actors playing the doubles, but
Wow, that's
no, I found
incredible.
out it wasn't. But
And
which
we can only tell just because we've got such good high definition TVs. Like back in the day, back in the 50s and 60s when this came out, even if it was shown on TV, like that you wouldn't have been able to tell.
well, I think they could because remember they saw it. It wasn't on the TV. They saw this at the big screen at the theaters.
That's fair. That's
The thing
And
is,
I
though,
I think too,
how many seconds did they actually show her?
not a lot, just enough to where it doesn't look fake,
Right.
just enough to be believable. And by the way,
So
Allied Artists,
might have gone by quickly.
yes, Allied Artists, the studio told the director Jack Finney, and he cracked down. I mean, sorry, Don Siegel, make sure there was no nudity because they had heard about these body doubles, body casts that have been made. In this scene, there is approximately a 1 second flash of one of her nipples, but it's covered in makeup.
Interesting.
That's where we get the shock, and then he realizes what's going on, and he runs up the stairs, and he's going to try to get Becky. And he goes up the stairs, and he looks. Becky's dad's asleep. He advances to her room, and he wakes her up. And of course, she's extremely drowsy because obviously she's being drained from what's downstairs. If I remember, I think he. Of course, I had to skip over it because I had to go every 5 seconds. But he may have gave her a sedative before he left earlier.
So the father placed the pod in there, I'm guessing.
Yes,
Okay.
right, and that's what I meant by they usually try to hide the pod.
right. That's what he was working on in his basement, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And here he is leaving with Becky out the door to the car. This is what I meant by night for night shots. So all this was filmed at nighttime with actual lights, which I'm glad because it had to realism. I'm so glad it wasn't shot day for night because we would
Yeah,
have
it
been
looks
able to
great.
tell, especially now these days. Here they are back at Miles' home, explaining what's going on. Miles, you tell me what happened. And the same thing, he's telling them what's going on in the cellar of Becky's house. And as you can see, Teddy's alarmed by hearing this. And he says, coming to life while I stood there watching it, she tells them. And yeah, I want to see one of those bodies, says the doctor. Now, this is the doctor sitting down. You're going to bed and you're staying with her. Notice the doctor tells her you're going to bed.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah,
Right.
doctor's compromised already.
You got
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. Because what I like about it is it leaves you in doubt. It's like, okay, A, the doctor could be compromised, so he's trying to get them to go to bed. Or B, a real doctor might say, well, you just need some rest because he doesn't
Yeah,
really
that's the
understand what's
thing.
going on yet.
Yeah, it plays on the audience's mind just as much as the characters' minds.
Right. Which adds to the suspicion and the paranoia. This
Mhm.
reminds me of the movie The Thing, which we'll be covering.
Oh yeah, you talking about the Kurt Russell thing?
Absolutely.
Mm. Yeah, that's a great
Because,
film too.
right, it's like pods. You don't know who's who, and you're not really sure how to find out and all that kind of stuff.
The big spoiler at the beginning of the movie, if you have the Norwegian subtitles on.
Right, where Jack has the gun and he's shooting at
The
the
pilot,
Norwegian.
is talking about the pilot's talking about the dog or something, and it's in Norwegian. But if you have like the subtitles on, it will give you a translation.
Do you remember anything what it says?
Yeah, it like totally gives it away. It's definitely relevant.
Isn't it
Oh.
something
I can't remember specifically.
Isn't it something like shoot the dog, or something?
Well, it's
along
probably
those
like
lines?
shoot the dog, we can't let it get away, or something like that. Probably I'm guessing, right?
Something like that. If I haven't seen it in years, but I think it was something along those lines.
Oops, excuse me. And now the older doctor who just put on his hat wants to go to Jack and Teddy's home to take a look at this body on the billiard table. And now Becky and Teddy are just trying to calm themselves. And of course, Teddy is very suspicious. She already knows. She's way ahead of everybody else. And she says, he doesn't believe me, Beck. And here we are back at Jack's house. And they enter through the open door, and the body is no longer on the table. What a coincidence. And here's the doctor, Dr. Bennell. I don't want to get there's two doctors here, but Miles says somebody's playing games. And rough ones.
The body's no longer on the table, so has the body taken over him now?
No. What happened is another person that's been taken over has came and removed it because they're covering their tracks.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Right. So, because Jack's been awake the whole time, so obviously somebody came and removed the body to cover its tracks.
And I'll bring this up later when it comes to that scene, or when it comes to the big revelation of what's going on. But this scene is certainly important, and I'll reference back to it once we get to the spoiler, I should say.
Okay. Yeah, sounds great. Thank you, Nemesis.
It ties into my big theory.
Oh, yeah. Scully's got a really good theory. I've been mulling on it, and I really like it.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait for you to share that with us, Scogly. So here they notice that there's still a blood spot on the pool table. And now here's where the doctor's being overly dismissive. So this is the point where my personal opinion, I think the doctor's already been compromised. So the doctors, did you examine it carefully? Now, why would he doubt Dr. Miles Bennell when he knows that he's a doctor as well? So why ask him such pedantic questions?
Well, exactly, and that's what I was going to bring up later. Was just like, oh yeah, once, yeah, is I think this guy might be, yeah, he was a bit too dismissive for my taste too.
Right, as a doctor, he would have had more scientific curiosity. You would hope.
Right, he would at least, at a minimum, said, "Well, being who you are, Miles, I know you and I know your expertise, and I trust you. You definitely wouldn't make this up or something like that."
Yeah, that too.
Right. You know. But no, he's too eager to act like it never happened. Right. So Dr. Bennell says, I don't know what's happened to it. It wasn't an ordinary body. There wasn't a mark on it. He's trying to explain to the other doctor. And even Jackson checked it too, not a scratch. And here's where the doctor explains it was probably a dead body. And then Dr. Bennell says there was no mark. And he says, well, they could have shoved an ice pick at the back of the neck, leaving a puncture so small the naked eye can't see. So he's already looking for excuses.
The thing is, too, he's saying that somebody was murdered with an ice pick and then the body was, stolen away. Like, shouldn't that make him suspicious that there's some nefarious stuff going on here?
Right. And he's also dismissing the fact that Teddy saw the eyes open.
Well, he saw the eyes open. He saw the hand bleeding. Well, actually, he didn't though, because he ran away. It was his wife who saw everything, and now she's been put to sleep.
Yes.
So she's been taken care of. She is now out of the picture. And
Ladies
so this guy's being like,
this is what we call gaslighting. Right. This is gaslighting. What they're doing to the wife. Right.
Boy.
We see a lot of that these days. Right. Unfortunately.
Oh,
did we lose?
Something.
I heard a pop. Let's see. Scogly, PvP. Well, I hope you can come back. Sometimes people. Go ahead.
Is the StreamYard acting up again?
Well, it could be. I don't know. I think it might be Nemesis of Eden.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he just did the misplaced finger thing.
Nemesis of Eden's here. I heard
No,
a
I'm
pop.
here.
weird.
I think I'm here. I'm here. Am I here?
Okay.
Oh,
did
you
do-
just switched places with PvP for some reason.
Oh, okay, that's what happened then. Okay,
Oh,
Weird.
usually
that's weird.
usually me as the host of the stream, I can move these around like this, for example, but I didn't do that one, so I don't know what happened.
Maybe it's a glitch.
Possibly. StreamYard's been acting strange the last couple days.
Like I don't know.
Admiral
Like I'm not a
Go
mod or
ahead.
anything, so I can't do anything with like the polls or anything in regards to even. Well, certainly not with the stream.
Well, remind me, I need to make you a mod when I get a chance.
Oh yeah, sure, of course.
And that way you can plug your own channel too. Admiral Teague says, yes, WB, but you can Google Shannon Doherty but beating up almost anyone. Now that sounds like my kind of video. Okay. Especially if she's in a Waffle House. Okay, Sean Carter says, I sent Jenny Garth to the nurse. He. There was a scene where a bunch of people had to jump in a pool, and I jumped on her head. I felt bad, but didn't confess it was me. Oh, don't worry, Sean. We all get a little eager sometimes. And Gorillas Renaissance says, offense taken. Just kidding. Nemesis of Eden says, you monster at Sean Carter. And Sean Carter says, Nemesis of Eden, I should have said something. Admiral Teague says, Sean Carter, Jenny Garth was cute. I always scoffed at the idea Gabriela Contreras was good looking, though. And Nemesis of Eden says, you probably avoided a lawsuit at Sean Carter. Yeah, and probably get removed off the lot. So I think it was best for you to say nothing. Gorillas Renaissance says, they have a great neighborhood watch program. Something happens in the neighborhood watches. Well, as long as they're not too nosy. I've had some very, very nosy neighbors where I would dream to have no neighborhood watch. And Gorillas Renaissance says you could totally tell that was dish soap. Talk about, referring to the bubbles with Becky inside the box. Gorillas Renaissance says the reason why the bubbles were there, obviously, everybody, is we'll see a more example of that later. The reason why. Gorillas Renaissance says put the lotion on the skin or else it gets the hose again. Oops, wrong franchise. Sean Carter's a Nemesis of Eden and maybe a date. There you go. So here's where the doctor is trying to dismiss their story, saying that it was probably a dead body, even though Teddy said that she saw the eyes awaken. That doesn't matter, I guess. And here he says, what about the hand Teddy mentioned, says Dr. Bennell. And here he is. I heard lots of things Teddy said, and none made sense. There it is. Hold on, pal. I was here too. Look, we took his fingerprints. Look at that. And then here they show him the fingerprints. Tell me why he didn't have any. And he says he didn't want any, so he took them off with acid.
Well, yeah, they should, as one does.
They should have realized at that point that the guy is really stretching for an excuse here. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Right. In reality, people do it with sandpaper. It's very painful, but that they do. I wouldn't use acid. That's a little extreme, but you can remove your fingerprints with sandpaper if you want. Very fine sandpaper.
I've heard of that, but I've never needed to.
Right? Like,
yeah, exactly. I have not.
Authorities haven't been chasing
that
me
would
yet.
That would almost certainly leave scar tissue.
Oh,
right?
yes,
it would be distinctive. There would be distinctive patterns that you would definitely leave behind.
Well, what happened is if you sand off your fingerprints, you're probably going to damage your skin where there's a chance it may not grow back. But I don't know.
I'm thinking the acid pops. Like if you dipped your fingertips in acid and burned it off, there'd be like markings. Like they'd be very distinct. It would be like
yes. Right, and it depends on which acid, how strong it would be, probably, right?
That's fair. I'm not an expert on burning my fingertips off with acid.
Same here.
So
But I think this is the point where the audience and us, the viewers, are realizing that doctor is going way out of the way to make excuses for everything and write them off.
Oh, yeah. He's looking for any excuse to write them off.
Right. Once again, gaslighting people. Gaslighting. Stop trying to rationalize everything, says Dr. Bennell. Sure, a real one, says the other doctor. I wouldn't if I hadn't looked in Becky's cellar, says. So Miles is telling him, too, that he saw what was in Becky's cellar. How do you explain the body I saw there, he asked him, and the body here? But I dreamed up the second one. Doctors can have hallucinations too.
Oh God, I want to slap that guy at this point.
well, this is the point. Actually, if it, knowing what we know about the movie, obviously they don't know yet, but knowing what we know, this would be the point where I say, "Okay, Jack, let's grab him," and I would tie him up, and I would find out what's going on. Is what I would do, especially being a doctor.
Yeah, really, yeah.
Yeah, because this is way over the top.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, doctors can have hallucinations too. Remember, this is the same doctor that was in the car saying that it's probably mass hysteria earlier in the movie. So he was already taken over and compromised then. And by the way, he
Yeah.
needs to cancel that appointment for the next day with him. I wouldn't send Becky's friend to that psychologist anymore. So I'm not sure.
Well, she doesn't need it anymore.
Exactly. She doesn't need it anymore. I'm not sure it'll ever be able to figure itself out, says the doctor. Everything else, maybe from the atom to the universe. Here you go. Distraction.
Oh, see, and this is what I was talking about when he was when we were referencing the human mind. This is the scene that was referencing that.
Yes. Well, and he's using psychology to try to trick them. Or manipulate, I should say.
That was his best argument, I thought. He's like, we'll figure everything out right down to the smallest molecule, but how the inside of a brain works? Nah.
Right, and like the doctor, our main doctor here, has already explained that he's like, this is way out of my league. Like, I could throw some psychiatric jargon at you, but I don't know what I'm talking about. That's his department. And so, yeah, unfortunately.
This is the problem is the psychologist knows more about psychology than they do, and he's using that as an advantage to trick them.
Exactly. Smart pod person. I mean, maybe pod person. Allegedly.
Well, they do say that they have all the memories, everything down to every detail. It's just the personality that's not there. So he would know everything a doctor would, which makes it even more scary or more deadly. And the body that we saw here, he asked him. Yes. And the body that we saw here, he asked, bore an uncomfortable resemblance to Jack. And they say, let's go to Becky's and have a look. So now they want to go check and look for that body that's down in Becky's basement. And he says, where's your girlfriend's double? Says the doctor, of course, still in doubt. Okay, skeptic, lift the lid, they tell him. And they lift the lid. What a surprise. And the doctor, of course, mocking them, says there's a body here, all right. Take another look. Now you see it, now you don't. See, they're covering their tracks.
You know, it's unfortunate they didn't have a camera and just take some photos of these things.
Oh, right. Like this wouldn't work in today's day and age.
Or the cell phone, yeah, probably.
Well, even
not.
in the 50s, they had cameras, right? But I guess
he was more concerned about saving his woman than expecting to find her pod person body in like a random cupboard in the basement.
And he didn't think he was going to have to prove it to somebody.
Well, they didn't realize what was happening, and still, even at this point, I don't think they couldn't grasp how big this thing was that was happening in the town.
Well, exactly. Right, and like even now, like this is really good manipulation by the psychiatrist because he's like, oh, blah blah blah. He's like, oh, there's a body in here. He's like, yeah, it's her. And he's like, no, there's not. You just said there was a body, but there's not a body. See what I'm saying? You're crazy. And he's like, no, exactly. That's not. Blah, blah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great little trick he pulled on him there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And of course, if they had a camera and taken some photos, the movie wouldn't have happened. So.
Well, they wouldn't remember this in the 50s. You have to take that film to be developed.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, no Polaroids, right?
Yeah, and you take it to
and those people have probably been taken over too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
right.
Dude, even when I was a kid, it took five days to get the film back.
Yeah, you take it to the pharmacy and they'd wreck it for sure. Yeah, of course.
Well, and there's stories where people would take pictures of, let's just say, compromising things, take it into labs to be developed and not get their film back because the lab refused to. There was a famous case where there was a murder case where the two murderers, there was a woman who murdered her husband and her lover helped her. They murdered a man and they took pictures of the entire thing. And they took pictures to the lab to have it developed, a regular public lab who developed the film, saw what was going on, and turned her into the police.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
Thank goodness they didn't go, hey, this is tasteless. We're going to destroy these.
Well, I'm going to make a quick mention, but it's more tasteless than you think. Those photographs in the early days of the web, I'm talking about America Online, were available on a website called Dan's Gallery of the Grotesque.
Oh, that's horrible.
And it's what people ever ask, is there everything on the internet? Dan's Gallery had it, which was actual murder scenes and crime scenes.
Yikes.
Yeah, and it had that whole thing of her killing her husband with her lover and them dancing around. And, well, I don't want to go into that. It was terrible.
Yeah. We've had cases like that here too, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yes, it's sad. So here's where they're explaining it was there, half hidden by that blanket, and of course the doctor's putting doubt in their minds. He said you saw it there just now. This is just like you said, soldier. And then he asked, "Why'd you come here? You'd seen a dead man at Jack's. The face in death was smooth and unlined, bland in expression, which often happens, of a curious, unexplainable epidemic mass hysteria." There's the mass hysteria again.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. This guy, I really want to slap this guy.
Right. Man, this is what I'm saying, right? Dr. Bennell and Jack should know by now that this guy's obviously not the guy they know. But I said, men, women, and children suddenly convinced themselves the relatives weren't their relatives at all. So your mind started playing tricks. Yeah, there it is. It's just your mind playing tricks, right? The dead man became Jack's double in your eyes. Come off it, Dan, they tell him. But these things happen, even to witch doctors like me. He says, I saw her there. She was real. You saw her in every tiny detail, he says, as vividly as anyone has ever seen anything. And he says, Daddy, talk all night, but you're not convincing me. And meanwhile, Becky's dad comes down the stairs with a gun because he hears all the commotion. And he says, what are you doing in my cellar? And Jack says, using it for an office. Oh, no, the other doctor says, using it for an office. These gentlemen are patients. So he's already saying that those two guys are patients, badly in need of psychiatric treatment. Isn't that nice of him and very understanding?
Not very professional.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. And guess what? Because he's talking to Becky's dad, and he knows Becky's dad understands. So that's their way of being coy about the conversation without letting them know that these two people are already compromised, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like talking in front of a child and you spell out the words rather than pronouncing them.
Mm.
And here's where he said they've been having nightmares, being very dismissive. The police are coming, he said. Nothing but that simple. Pull up a chair. Why, you're all crazy. Hello, Nick. Glad to see you, says the police officer. You say these two characters a trip to the station, says the doctor. Now he's saying that the police being here rescue them from being arrested. You want to report finding a body and losing it. See, now he's even joking about it. And Jack's trying to explain it at his place at 7. Why did you wait so long to report it, says the cop. And Dr. Bennell says a curious sort of a body, and then it wasn't there anymore. And the cop says, I have a good mind to throw you both in jail. It's like, oh, that's not good. And here's where the cop says, so are we talking about a thin man, 5'10", maybe 140 pounds? And he says, yeah, I just seen him on the slab in the morgue. So the police officer is trying to tell them that dead body that was on Jack's billiard table has shown up at the morgue. And he says, turned up in a burning haystack.
And of course, none of this is unusual at all.
Nope. Well, and not only that, though, that tells us that body on the table is no longer usable. I guess apparently if you stop the transformation process, it's got to be started all over with a new one. And plus, they're trying to hide their tracks. So if they found it on a burning haystack on Mike Gessner's South Pasture 2 hours ago, that means don't trust Mike Gessner either.
I think that's just a cover up. The doctor's one of them. He's like, oh, that body was burnt up in a haystack.
Oh, definitely one of them, right? Absolutely.
I don't think the body was burned up. I think it's walking around. He's just saying that.
No, I think they did dispose of it because they'll show later on that's what I meant. That's what I brought up a minute or so ago, is that they have to start the process over again with a fresh pod.
Okay.
So I don't think the bodies of any use to them if it's only halfway transformed. That's what they never really go into detail, but that's what I'm guessing.
Well, the thing is, it did open its eyes briefly and then it closed them again. So maybe that was a sign that it was ruined, that it couldn't function.
Well, also I think it was aware that it was being watched. I think it knew that Teddy, the wife, had saw it, because notice it had the eyes open, and then when she got close enough, that's when it closed its eyes, so it could have seen her.
And I think at that point it basically shut itself down.
Possible. Well, that's when she woke up her husband, Jack, which no matter what happened, that stopped the process.
Yeah. So if the process isn't completed, then it can't complete.
It can't complete, and I think it destroys the pod, and they have to start over.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You know, one thing I always thought at the beginning of the movie, I always wished they'd called the cops earlier. But then when I watched this scene, I'm thinking, even if they had, this guy might have been compromised so early in the film that it wouldn't have made any difference anyway.
Well, I
Well,
thought
he
about that
was.
too. Right, which it was, but I thought about that too, and that is so we're guessing is when Dr. Burnett first saw the body on the billiard table and surmised that it was not alive. Maybe at that point he should have called the cops. But I think remember now, according to the narration, he was already being highly suspicious about what was going on in the town. So I think that's why he didn't really want to call anybody yet, because I think he was already at the point where he didn't know who to trust.
Yeah, I think
Well,
that may
not
have
only
been his.
that, like
Right? Remember the
with
cop on the motorcycle? Remember?
well, because this is the fat cop they were talking about, where it was like he was one of the patients who really needed to see the doctor, and then he was fine.
Yes,
Ah,
exactly.
right.
Right. And he even told them on the street, right, when they said, "Do you want to see me?" He said, "No, I'm fine." And he drove
Of
away.
course, he was compromised right from
Yeah.
the start, almost. Then, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, wouldn't it make sense that the first thing you want to do is take over the police and
Take
the
over
authorities?
Yeah.
all the authorities, all the authorities. Yeah.
Right.
Police, doctors, the higher up military, presidents, if you can.
Boat. Yeah. Whatever. Okay. I don't want to say the name, but yeah, that's how we got Biden. So now break it up, says the cop, being dismissive and treating them like they're kids. And of course, they're frustrated. There's not much they can do. They have no evidence. You win. Pick up the marbles.
I like that line.
He insults them like kids.
Pick up the marbles. That's good. I remember that from when I was a kid on the playground a long time ago. Pick up the marbles.
I remember the days where we used to play marbles. When I was a teacher, I'm a retired teacher, and I remember this is like the '90s, and it was like '90s, early 2000s, and all that. I had a point where I worked at an elementary school, and I would go out to say hi to the kids during recess, and they were down there playing marbles. A few kids, a very few of them, were playing marbles, and I was like, "Wow, I haven't seen marbles in a long time." And they did not know how to shoot them. They had never really actually played a game. Their parents did not know how to play the game because they didn't know how to shoot. And it was interesting to watch all the different ways they would try to shoot marbles. And they were bad aims, obviously. They were no good at it.
Huh.
So I sat down, I showed them how to play marbles, and that was the one that that was so enjoyable.
Well, you were still teaching, even on
While I
the
was still
playground.
teaching. Do you remember what a tetherball is?
Oh yeah, we used to have them when I was a kid at school.
Okay, right. It's a ball on a pole hanging by a rope. You remember that, right?
Yeah, it's basically on a tether.
Right. So on the blacktop, they had tether balls. None of the kids knew what they were for.
Oh
They
God.
would stand there and look at it. Finally, one kid would just take the ball and start swinging it around. They did not know what they were. And I had to say, okay, guys, stop. I need to show you. And I'd get two kids together, show them how to play. And then they understood what the tether balls were. But it was just sad things like that weren't being passed down. And I
Yeah,
never
it's
saw
sad.
marbles. I mean, I never
Sad.
saw jacks Jacks were already dead and gone by then.
Oh yeah, I remember Jacks too. Yeah.
Yeah, man, we had like Pogs and we had Pokemon cards.
That was exactly
Jacks
that's what they
marbles
had.
are like old.
Right. They have Pokemon cards and they just didn't understand that that's nothing compared to there's no they're losing the competition and the joy of marbles.
And the
Anyway,
Oh, dude, what are you
dexterity.
talking about? You're losing the joy in the competition of Pokemon cards. Oh, don't get me started on that.
well, here's what's funny is I showed the kids how to play marbles. Okay, and then like about a month passed, and they made an announcement, which is sad and political correct garbage. And what happened is the school made an announcement on the loudspeaker saying that if you win a game of marbles, you're not allowed to take the loser's marbles anymore. Everybody keeps to keep their marbles regardless of who wins. And I'm thinking, oh man,
No,
no wonder why the game was dying.
God, so much for democracy, eh?
Right, you have kids were crying when they would lose because they would lose their marbles.
Lose their marbles.
But that was part of
That's sad.
marbles.
That's a valuable life lesson to learn at a young age.
Right. When you knock the marble out of the circle, then it's your marble.
Yeah, well, that's the way it
They
should
had-
be, right? To the spoils
Right.
go the victor.
That's right. It's tough that you put up you're gambling, but therein lies the problem. They didn't want the kids to be doing that. It was the same with Pogs with us too. They're like, "Yep, you're not allowed to do that. They're banned." And you're just like,
Right.
"Okay."
And then you look at this is an
Better ban
elementary,
it than do anything.
right? And then you look around. This is an elementary school. You look around at the kids in recess. You know what they're doing? Standing around, talking, getting fat. Nobody's running. Nobody's playing any games. They're just standing around talking, getting fat. and I'm not kidding.
I wonder what these doctors would have to say about this in the film. That little kid certainly wasn't fat, who almost got run over.
No, well, no, also that when I was a teacher, they were already at the point of phasing out physical education, and now I think it's completely gone.
I'm
Really?
quite certain there isn't an obese person in this entire film.
Nope. Oh,
Well,
which
the,
reminds me of
cop,
Well, the fat
Go ahead.
cop.
the cop was kind of heavy.
Cobb was kind of heavy. Well, look, they're older, so when you get older, your body's gonna, you're gonna get a dad bod, right?
Tell me about it.
But something I
Well,
want
that's
to
a
point
bit
out
more
too.
than a dad bod, but
Well, right, well, he's got that cut. But a production note that I want to point out is there was no women in this movie with long hair. All the
True.
women have short hair in this movie.
I don't
So here's the
mind.
next day. Becky's making breakfast.
Becky's looking good here.
Oh, she is absolutely. Ooh, she's nice in those jeans. Yes, I agree. Oh, a good breakfast in the 50s. You got eggs and sausage and bacon and toast and orange juice. Oh, I miss those days.
And now the thing is, they're saying a lot of those foods are actually healthy to eat. Where for years it was like eggs and bacon were evil, right?
Well, you guys heard of the food pyramid, right? In school,
They keep
Yeah,
changing it every once in a
it's all
while.
Right.
bullshit now.
right. Every now, what happened was, we finally found out that it was manipulated by the USDA by which farmers paid more to get higher on that triangle.
Yeah, it was like part of a scheme to sell more milk or something, I think.
Milk, right? Milk and bread and other things like that. Dairy products, right? It was all a scheme to sell products.
Crazy. Well,
so,
that
gentlemen,
makes
as much
sense.
as I enjoy this, we've lost 6 viewers. We might want to
Ooh.
carry on.
Oh, we better
man.
concentrate on the film then. Wow, that's a
Oh
big
yeah,
loss.
we hit a rut. I'm so sorry. Jeez.
Sorry, folks.
And I promised I wouldn't do that. Okay, dragging you out of bed last night was some trouble, he tells Becky. Oh, I feel horrible. Seriously, I guess I need to stop doing this.
I definitely would not drag her out of bed.
Right, and she says that the gas man stopped by. And he said you're not getting enough sleep, putting a meter outside on the patio. So here's where they're kind of joking. And she says, didn't your wife do this for you? So I guess he's divorced.
So she mentions a husband. Is that just a joke, or was she actually married once too?
He was actually married.
He was married to her?
No, he was married to another wife, and he says, I was never there when dinner was on the table. So he's kind of building up a backstory of why his wife left him. A doctor, being too busy, probably, I'm guessing.
Well, yeah, I guess doctors can be pretty overworked.
Right. And Becky said, what would you say if I had told you I was already mixed up with a doctor? Of course, she's joking. She gives him a hug.
This
and
is very
he says,
cute.
I'd say it was too good to be true.
They're very cute together.
Yeah, great chemistry.
Great chemistry.
Oh, which just makes what happens in anyways. Yeah, they really drive home the relationship between these two.
Exactly.
Yeah, the thing is, it's so well done too, because it doesn't interfere with the story moving forward, and it doesn't hurt the pacing really. It doesn't turn into like soap opera stuff. It's like feels really genuine and real, which I love.
Yeah, it's a tight 80-minute movie, and they move along at a good pace. So here we have, they're still talking. We've been friends most of their lives, and we have Jack listening through the door, and here he comes. And they said, good morning. I thought I smelled coffee, he said. You mind taking in boarders for a while, he says. Apparently, Teddy's too spooked to go home. Or do you have something else in mind? I was toying with an idea, says Dr. Bennell. And she says, here, Jack, and she hands him some coffee. Here we are back with Virginia Christine. And she says, he's asking about the psychiatrist. And she says, I don't need him. I feel like such a fool. I woke up this morning and everything was all right. You don't know my relief. And he says, yes, I do. Will you call Becky and tell her she was worried? She's at your house. She said, well, it's a long story, but she'll tell you about it. So we know there's something going on here because suddenly she thinks Uncle Ira is Uncle Ira.
Yeah, she's gone.
And she's got that suspicious look as he walks away, and she closed the door. And she closed the business. And that's where the emotion drains away in her face. And here she is addressing Becky's still at his house. And look who we have here, Becky's father.
The big reveal.
Yes. And we also, as we can see, they're working together. And the nurse says, "Take a peek at what's in the reception room." And here we have Mrs. Belichick with the little boy. No, Belichick is Jack's name. Sorry, but it's the lady who owned the fruit and vegetable stand, and she's talking to little Jimmy, who is now suddenly very happy. And she says, "A little while, Jimmy." And he says,
Poor
"Certainly,
Jimmy.
he certainly made a quick recovery." Yeah, poor Jimmy.
Yeah, he's the pod boy now.
Yeah, they must have tied him down or something. Well, remember, Dr. Burnell told them yesterday for the aunt to keep them at her house. That was probably a mistake because the doctor didn't know what was going to happen at that point.
Well, didn't he give the kid a tranquilizer or something too?
Yes, he
Earlier?
did.
He did.
That's probably what did it.
He gave her a tranquilizer and told the aunt to take him, or the mother-in-law to take him home.
Yeah, and he was
And he
done
told
for
the
then.
aunt. He told the aunt to phone his mom and let her know where he was.
Right. I had a lot of questions and no answers, says the voiceover. How could Jimmy and Wilma seem so normal now? Surely I had done nothing to cure them. Maybe they wanted me to feel secure, but why? And here they are out on the patio. I hope you didn't forget the steaks. They're having a barbecue. Oh, don't worry about him. He's completely housebroken. They're joking around a little bit like jokes. And of course, I need a martini. Beck. Doesn't matter. I want to pour it on the coals. I guess he's having trouble getting the fire going. Martini isn't dry enough. There we go. I'll get you something. That'll start it.
This is probably the only really fun scene in the whole movie when they're barbecuing.
It is. Does anybody notice anything about this shot here, the angle?
Well, of course, we got to show the pods, right?
Well, what I'm pointing out is this is what in cinema is known as a Dutch angle.
Oh, yeah, of course. Where you get
Right.
as much of that. Yeah.
Right, which means something is off. Something is wrong. We saw this when we were watching the Evil Dead movies because Sam Raimi paid homage to it. And we see a lot in the Batman 66 TV series. Every time they showed the villains, it was a Dutch angle. Every time we saw the Joker, the Riddler, any of those, the camera was at a Dutch angle, showing that they were twisted.
So the framing of the
to provide
scene.
more. Yeah, is that just to provide more of the picture than normal?
Right, it's telling you something's off. It's skewed because right, the camera is normally level.
So the framing of the scene is actually conveying the drama that there's something wrong with what's going on.
Right. It's a subconscious thing, and it works.
There's a lot of 60s TV that did this too, actually. I remember.
Yes. Right.
Oh, I'm a really big fan of this part.
Of what?
Oh, just of this whole pod scene. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
It is.
Really well done.
Excellent practical effect.
Right, a practical effect. And like I said, they didn't have a lot of money, so it had to work in one shot. They couldn't do it again. And here's where he's reaching. And here's where he's getting stuff, and he says, "Here we are." And then he hears something in the back. And we get this reveal here. Excellent. I mean, especially for the 1950s. This is tremendous.
It was incredibly creepy.
Cheers, son of a red shirt. Good to see you. Thanks for popping by.
Hey, son of a red shirt. So
Hey,
good to
son
see
of a
you
red
here.
shirt. Welcome.
So here's where Dr. Vanille walks back into the greenhouse, and then he hears a pop.
I love
we see
Gorilla's
this-
commentary.
Yeah, I apologize, guys. I need to get caught up on the chat.
Yes, hail, son of a red shirt.
Gorilla says the NSA is really loving this convo. Admiral Teague says he's a very accepting doctor. Yes, he is, isn't he? Gorilla's random thought says my jacks got thrown out after 3 days because my dad got tired of stepping on them. Well, of course, Gorilla. I would too if I was your dad.
That sounds
Bill
painful.
says that's funsies and keepies. Yes, you're right, Bill. Gorilla's random thought says, "Oh, the retarded retarded crooked frame. Always hated this." And there it is. Son of a red shirt says, "Good evening, all. Just dropped in to say hi and leave a like." Well, thank you, son of a red shirt. So good to see you. But fascinating subject. I believe the first guy to use it was Robert. I'm sure he's probably going to follow that up with the last name. And Robert Sidney, director of the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, which shows you that technique went back a long ways. And we're going to be covering the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari on this channel. Last week, we did Nosferatu, the 1922 version. I'm going to try to bounce around in eras and times. I don't want to bore the audience. I want to give everybody a variety. So that's why we're in the 50s now. I'm going to try to do a little more modern movie next week, maybe something from the 80s or 90s. German
I still think we
Expressionist
should do Killer
Master.
Clown.
Oh yeah, what do you guys think about it? You guys, like, in general, what's your opinion about Killer Clowns from Outer Space?
Dude, I think it's awesome. I really love that movie.
I've never seen it.
Oh wow.
Okay, Stokely, we're watching it. We have to watch it.
Right, and the reason why I want to cover it relatively soon is because in anticipation, there's actually a game coming out for the PS5. Finally, after all these decades, there's actually a computer game or a console game coming out based on Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
There is
And I
also
want to repeat
a PC. Sorry, Pops. And it ties into sci-fi too, which is another thing. There's a Starship Troopers video game that's coming out soon too.
Oh yeah, well, I'd love to see that. Is that for a console or a PC?
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be for all of it.
I hope so, because I don't have the money to buy a big fancy, and I don't have the money or the room for a big fancy gaming computer. And Senator Richard, right? Oh yeah, because it's not easy, not these days, especially with inflation. Senator Richard says German Expressionist Master. Yes, and he is right when he's talking about Dr. Caligari. Rose Renaissance is my modern. You mean Twilight? Only you, Gorilla. Only you like Twilight. And Admiral Teague says Killer Clowns is a lot of fun. Yes, it is. And Gorilla Renaissance says got to do all 8 Leprechaun movies. Well, I don't know about that.
That's a lot of
movies.
Leprechaun. Yeah, you know Leprechaun? Warwick Davis.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
Warwick
so
Davis
here
and
we
Jackie Chan except for lepers? Oh, anyway. Yeah.
Warwick Davis and Jackie Chan in Twins 2.
So watch Jackie Chan kick apart those lepers.
Lepers. I think it's leprechauns, not lepers.
That's what I thought it meant, yeah. I just couldn't resist a good Jackie Chan joke there.
So here we have, we get our first reveal of the pods. And Dr. Benel hears something. As you can see, and he spins around. And he decides to have a look.
Man, such good acting once again.
And when I was a kid, this just scared the living daylights out of me.
Yeah, same here. I saw it when I was a kid on the TV, and it's like, oh, I probably had nightmares that night.
I know, and it's not. The thing you think about, there's not that many movies from this era that are truly this scary. Usually, they were monsters and some guy in a rubber suit. But this is great.
This has got to be one of the great horror films of the 50s for sure.
Yeah, and it still holds up after all this time.
Yeah, I love this film.
Yep. So Miles sees the pods opening up, and he calls for his friend Jack. Jack comes rushing in.
That's so well done.
Now remember, like I said, those pods, the actors actually had to do full life body casts, covered in latex. And Dana Wynter here, the one we're looking at, beautiful Dana Wynter, commented that it was very claustrophobic inside those latex bodysuits. They had to wear straws in their noses, and there was just a slit for their mouths to breathe. And she said it would get very hot. And Carolyn Jones had trouble because she's claustrophobic. So Carolyn Jones was going into panic mode when they had her covered up. And this was a famous shot.
That's a great shot.
It is. And there's Teddy right there. Carolyn Jones saying now's where everything's dawning into her that she knows everything's true. And they've been trying to gaslight her throughout the entire movie. Not her friends here, but pretty much the whole town's been trying to gaslight her. Poor Teddy. There is a character like her in the 78 remake. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Veronica Cartwright.
Oh, I like Veronica Cartwright.
Well, I'm talking about the one that's not on Lost in Space. I'm talking about her sister, so I get the names mixed up.
Well, I like both of them. They're both cool.
Me too, right? But I get the names mixed up, the first names all the time. But I'm talking about the blonde who, right?
Angela's in Lost in Space.
That's right. Angela's in Lost in Space. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And here's what I realized, this must be how that body in my closet was formed. And like I said, notice how they're hidden. I don't know if they are seeds or seed pods, they say. Excellent. And somebody or something wants this duplication to take place. But when they're finished, she says, the process is complete. Probably the original is destroyed or disintegrates. And that's when Jack comes in with pitchfork, which is I would do too. That'd be my first reaction. And I was surprised they showed this on camera. I thought this was very violent for a 1950s movie, but I'm glad they showed it.
I agree.
The money shot.
Right. And Dr. Benel is trying to hold him back. And he says, I'm not going to watch my own destruction take place. And he said, there isn't any danger until they're completely formed, says the doctor. So the doctor's already got a clue what's going on. Excuse me. I'll be right back, guys. I have to get something to drink. My throat's dry.
Okay.
Carry on.
No,
Yeah, of
no
course,
worries.
Pops.
No worries.
Yeah, it's crazy. Skogly, did you want to expand on your theory here, or did you
I'll
want to
wait.
save that to the very end?
I'll wait till it comes right up.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fair.
So and watching this again here, kind of there's some scenes that I need to watch again because I'm like, I think somebody turned sooner than we thought. I'm not too sure. I need to watch that. I need to watch those scenes again and watch the conduct of that character. So I think Jack turned when he passed out at the bar. When the thing's eyes lit up, the transfer happened there, and Nemesis knows what I'm talking about. And I'll just to be a bit of a tease, I'm not going to say any more.
Oh, how dare you? Oh my goodness, how tantalizing! People are going to have to stick around now.
So you think Jack
got one more person?
So you think Jack's already been taken?
I do. I think he passed out at the bar, and he's not one of them anymore.
So you think Jack, even with the barbecue for frivolity, he's just mimicking, faking it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
that's exactly what I'm saying.
right.
I need to watch those scenes again critically.
So you think that he's mimicking being afraid and wanting to destroy it? You think he's putting on an act for them?
Well, no. Didn't he try to keep him from destroying the clone?
No. Dr. Benel tried to keep him from destroying it.
Yeah, but he
Dr.
didn't make
Benel
it.
is
Like, if
holding
he
Jack
really wanted to destroy his clone, he'd be like, "Rah!" I think this is just like, I'm going to destroy my. Oh, you're stopping me. Oh, I guess. Okay. Right? Because it's an act of self-preservation for this pod person.
That's possible.
Hmm.
So
But yeah, I'll wait to clarify what I'm getting at till it becomes more relevant.
Okay. So Dr. Benel tells Jack there isn't any danger until they're completely formed. We learned that last night at your house. Not until you fell asleep. When the change takes place, there must be, and he says, Wilma noticed it, and so did little Jimmy. And she says, my father. And this is when she realized her father isn't her father anymore. That must be what he was doing in the cellar last night, placing one of these. See, I remember Miles was already aware of this, but he didn't want to tell Becky. So Becky's just now realizing what was going on at her house.
Well, and you remember that her father also offered him a nightcap. It's like, oh, hey, you want some booze?
Right. I'll slip something in your booze, right?
Right, and then you have 2 pods.
And here's where she's telling him her intuition. I felt something wrong, but I thought it was me. That's the whole point. That's what gaslighting does. It makes you self-doubt. That's how you know it's working and it's successful. Because I've been away for so long, she thought. It will be every one of them. They're talking about them being duplicates eventually. We're going to have to search every building, says Dr. Benel. Every house in town. We've got some phoning to do. This is where he realizes that he needs to get help. But of course, Jack reminds him, don't call the police because as they know that cops, you cannot trust them anymore. And here's where they're mentioning the body on a burning haystack. Where Jack's duplicate was supposed to have was burned. And now they're talking about the townspeople. I'm afraid it's too late to call Danny too. So she's talking about the older doctors, the one that kept gaslighting him. Dr. Benel has realized that the other doctor has already been. Danny Kaufman, by the way, the psychologist, has already been compromised. I hope whatever's taking place isn't confined to Santa Mira. So here he gets on the phone to call Washington. He says, operator, I want to talk to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Los Angeles, that's right, in LA, the FBI. And she asks, can you convince them? And where did they come from? They don't know. They're just asking each other questions. So much has been discovered these past few years. He says, maybe the results of atomic radiation. Yep, that was a big thing back in the 50s for these old movies.
Yeah, all those giant bug and animal movies for
Well,
all atomic radiation, right?
Even Godzilla. Yeah.
Yeah.
On plant life. He's trying to figure out what's going on. He doesn't quite realize that they're from outer space. I don't know if they actually established that in this movie, like they do in the '78 version.
It's never
They do?
explicitly
no, they do
stated,
in
I
this
don't
movie
think.
too. It's later on.
Do they?
Thank you.
Okay, later on. Okay.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
yeah,
Strogan.
sorry, PPP. I keep jumping over
Or
top of you,
Nemesis.
man.
No,
Oh, no,
that's okay. I just, I haven't watched it in years, and I just quickly watched it the other night, so I might have missed some details. So that's cool.
Right, and I was doing some work as I was watching it, so I appreciate you correcting me on that, Nemesis. That's what I want. I would really be accurate than I would be right all the time. I would really be accurate.
That's why it's so great being here, because we can all correct each other when we, get something, when we make an error of some kind.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, you're right. Here's what he says right here: some weird alien organism, a mutation of some kind.
Oh, there you go.
All right. Why should they take the form of people, of us, whatever it is? It can govern the forming of human flesh and blood. Well, it's fantastically powerful. All that body and your cellar needed was a mind, and it was interrupted. I could take care of that pitchfork myself. And on your call to Los Angeles, doctor, says the operator. Again, that office is open day and night, so she tells him the office is closed.
So once again, like this scene just transpiring back to, the thing is completely soulless. It wasn't quite human. There was no pulse. It just needed a soul, and once it has a soul, and how it gets that, we'll talk about.
And then the original body is discarded.
Well, yeah, something along those lines, I think, for sure. But it also
the '78
goes back
version, right? In the '78 version, they turned to ash, but I don't think they actually showed that in this, right? What happened?
Yeah, in the '78 version, it's a lot darker. It's in that regards. And then they were also, it was on the tip of my tongue. My goodness. I'll come back to it.
You'll remember when you least expect it, right?
Of course.
So here's when Dr. Vanell realizes if they've taken over the phone office, we're dead, which means the entire town is probably compromised because they're not able to get any lines outside of town.
Yeah, if the phone operator's compromised, they're basically screwed. And I think he realizes that pretty quickly, doesn't he?
I'm not sure if he does, because he keeps talking to her and being like, well, try this or try that, try this place. And it's just like,
right.
No, but
at this point, it'd be like,
after a few attempts, doesn't he leave the phone off the hook when they flee?
Well, he does. He says, keep trying. And he puts the phone down on the table off the hook.
And then they leave because he realizes that there's no hope of getting through.
Right. And here's where we're back to the greenhouse with Jack and Teddy. And poor Teddy. They're looking at this transformation. She says, "Is that me?"
This is brutal stuff. Is this the scene? This is the scene where he takes the pitchfork to it, or is that? Okay. Because I thought maybe there was another scene later.
No, the pitchfork happens later. He once again they're talking about doing it, but
right now I think they're more in shock and they're not really sure what to do at this point.
So he can't bring himself to actually do it. I think in this scene, can he?
Not quite yet.
Could you stab yourself?
Right, and
could you guys stab yourself?
And
I've never had an alien pod trying to take him over in my life. So
you haven't? Well, then you haven't been around enough.
I can't really, make an honest description of what that might be like.
Here comes the reality of it, people. Anybody who knows, I remember. By the way, we're going to be covering The Howling soon, and it was similar to the same thing with The Howling. When the werewolves are turning, people just stand there and stare rather than run. And I was listening to the commentary, and they say the reason why Hollywood does this, obviously, is that way. Otherwise, the audience wouldn't see what's happening. So through the seat of the audience, you've got to let the horror progress before you end it. So there's a reason why they let it hang on like that for a while.
Yeah, the story's got to happen, right? So
yeah. And by the way, you notice we're back at a Dutch angle again.
True.
And here he is with a pitchfork, examining the bodies. There we go. Doesn't quite do it yet. Here's Miles back inside the house, still on the phone. This is an emergency. And he says it's no use. And of course, you can't get through to Los Angeles. So he says, okay, try Sacramento. Give me the state capital. I want to talk to your governor. Oh, God, that's the last thing we would do these days, right? He'd be the first one taken.
Well,
I think he already was.
Back then, it seemed some authorities were a little more trustworthy than they are now.
Yeah, there's a complete difference back then than there is now. And of course, the operator comes back. The Sacramento circuits are busy, doctor. All right, I'll wait for your call. And he tells the operator to call him back when she gets through. And he says, I'll take the phone outside. And here's where he explains to Jack and Teddy that they've got the phone. You and the girls take the car, and I'll make a run for it. Or you and the girls take the car and make a run for it. And what about you? If anybody answers, they'll block the roads, he says. Then what? So they're trying to talk about trying to get out of town. And I'm staying, and no. Miles, I can't. Please, let's get out of here. Go over by the phone. Stay there, he says, Becky. He wants to distract her, obviously, because he knows what he's going to do next.
I just wish they could have finished their barbecue.
I know. Steak sounded lovely.
Oh, yeah. You got to have a good barbecue once in a while.
And this scene is rather important because, like, this is the only one that we see so far that gets skewered.
Right, and there he is, Becky. And you realize that's Becky.
This is a pretty horrific scene. Even today.
And he hesitates. Right. He doesn't. Right. He doesn't kill Becky.
Just like in Evil Dead 2 with Ash and his girlfriend. It's the love that he's torn.
He probably is wondering too if he actually stabs her with the pitchfork, will she die?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Well, she's awake, so I would guess no, maybe.
But he doesn't know that, right?
That was the whole argument before when he stopped what's his face from stabbing himself. He's like, well, you don't know what's going to happen. You could die for all you know. Like,
which makes sense. Maybe he's thinking at that. Right. Maybe he's thinking the bodies are somehow connected, where if one dies, the other dies.
Exactly.
Okay, so here he is taking a look. And of course, he's heartbroken by having to do it. And here we go.
But he doesn't do it.
Nope, he doesn't do it. He has another heart because it's Becky.
That's right.
But when he sees himself, on the other hand,
he's all like, "Oh, there can be only one."
Oh, right. Oh, hell no. I understand everybody else. Right. I can understand everybody else, but not me.
He's still blaming himself for that divorce, right?
And there it is, an actual impact, which you don't see very often in those days.
Oh yeah, that was intense, man.
Yeah,
I wonder how they got that past the censors back then. Actually,
I think it helped that they didn't linger on it.
The censors weren't watching too close.
I don't know. Wasn't censorship pretty big back in the 50s?
It was, and
yeah, it was.
This is before we had rated R, PG, and all that stuff. And of course, and here's the operator and ask him if he wants me to keep trying.
Yeah, here we go.
Miles, the circuits are still busy, yells Becky from inside the house. He says, tell her to keep trying.
Can you imagine? He's like, God, tell her to keep trying. And he's just fucking stabbing himself to death. Like, oh, man.
That's a great sequence. Yeah.
And there you go. Okay, he did leave the... Because I know there's a scene later where he also leaves the phone off the hook, and I don't really know why he does it. But...
Gotcha. Well, maybe he does... Because back in those days, the reason why you leave the phone off the hook is you don't want whoever it is calling you back. And then knowing if you're there to answer the phone or not. Because if they try to call, they're just going to get a busy signal, and they're going to think you're still home. So that's how you distract them, because they're trying to leave town, and they don't want anybody to know they're leaving.
Okay.
So the voice of the operator, we're still unable to get through to Los Angeles. Do you wish me to keep trying? And I remember the voiceover, Dr. Bennell. Dr. Bennell. And of course, we're back to the voiceover. I needed someone I could trust. And of course, we had night for night shooting. And I figured Sally, my nurse, would be my best bet. I decided to try to phone her to see if she was at home. Maybe they hadn't taken over the payphone. Well, that's a little naive, doctor. Phones are phones, but oh well. Hey, Mac, he talks to the gas station guy. Oh, hi, Doc. How are you? Sure, Martha, Doc's in a hurry. So he tells him to fill it up. And he says, get the windshield, will you? And there's Becky there in the car. And there's the gas station attendant acting a little too creepy. And he says, I have to have the keys to open the gas tank, he says. And somebody's sick out this way, he says. Has there been an accident? Funny, we haven't heard about it. Now they're, of course, drilling her with questions because they're suspicious that they're in the car in the direction of out of town. And the doctor, a voiceover before I could even get her number. I saw Matt closing the trunk of my car. But I didn't think so. All set. And he says, okay. So he gets back in the car, put him on my bill for the gas. By the way, the bill then to fill the tank was probably $1.
I was gonna say, like, I've been watching for what the price, because it showed the price of gas when they originally pulled in. I was just like, oh, I wonder if they're gonna show it again.
Yeah, I bet it cost me like $80 if I filled my tank right now.
In fact, you know what? Yeah, it's always fit to fill some tanks. The gas companies or the gas stations are cutting it off at a certain point, and you have to go in and pay again to get finish it. Because you guys heard about them stealing gas, right? So yeah, they're really concerned with that.
Here, but...
Yeah, they have makeshift like trucks and vans with like gas tanks inside. They're pulling over. Two things they're doing. Some of them are pulling over the big gas where the gas is dumped into the ground, and some of them are pulling up to a pump, and they have a way of tricking the meter in the pump to just pump and pump and pump, and the gas station itself inside doesn't know what's going on until it's too late, and they drive away and find out that they're missing several hundred gallons.
Wow, that I don't recall that ever being an issue around here, but
yeah,
wow,
it's big in California.
Wow, that's crazy.
Well, that's what they get for hiking the prices, I guess. So I don't know who do you blame?
The prices go up and down. It's crazy here. Some months. Yeah.
Oh, everywhere, and there you got to buy it by the liter. Is that right?
Yeah, 1 liter is the way they measure it, and right now I just actually put $5 in the tank after I finished work tonight because I thought I better throw a few liters in just to get me to work tomorrow. And let's see, I put $5 in, and I think I got just a little over 3 liters.
Jeez, that's sad. And of course, even if the economy ever stabilizes, which is unlikely, do you expect the prices to ever go down? No.
Well, they can. I mean, a year ago, the prices were actually pretty good here. I think they were around $1.15 a liter. They're like $1.60 now. So,
oh yes,
you know, they can rise and fall quite a bit. But it's been, I think, the last time gas got around $1.50 here was maybe about 3 months ago. So, yeah, it's been high. It's been high this year.
Okay, so here's where they leave the gas station. You got old car on the side of the road. So they're driving.
Wow, that's an old car.
Yes. And Miles stops and Becky says, what's the matter? And of course he goes back and opens the trunk only to find 2 pods. So now you know not to trust anybody in the town for sure. If you haven't already figured it out, now is definitely the time. So Miles takes a flare and uses it to burn the pods. Little Ford. And the other voiceover, I wasn't sure I could trust anyone. I decided to play it safe. What's wrong? She says. Probably nothing, but we're not going in there, he says. Slide under the wheel and get out of here fast, he tells her. And here he is creeping on. Now, this is Becky's house. And he looks in the window, and this is what he sees.
Hey, it's a pod party.
It's a pod party. With Becky's dad, he had basically Becky's pod waiting for her to come home. And we see all the people from the movie who have now been compromised. Which is definitely bone-chilling.
Yeah, this is the scene that kicks the movie into total hysterical fear.
Yes. So they've asked, is Becky home? Not yet, but she will be soon, he says.
Oh, man.
And there'll be no more tears.
Oh, God.
Yes, in her playpen. Oh, wait, maybe I'd better take it. And then suddenly he's surprised by the officer who has been spying. We've been waiting for you, says the cop. Of course, the worst thing you could hear is we've been waiting for you, right? And he struggles with the cop, knocks him out.
Especially from a cop.
Yeah, exactly, right? So he struggles with the cop, knocks him out, and he runs away. And then in the house, hear the commotion and come running outside. And smartly, it's a good thing he told Becky to get behind the wheel, because here he says, Becky, start the car quick. And here they come running after him. And here we are with the police car saying, attention all units. Attention all units. Apprehend and detain Dr. Miles Vanilla and Becky Driscoll in a black and white Ford sedan. License number 2X37796. So that means the entire police force is already taken over. All units designated as roadblocks. Move to your station, just like the doctor figured they would do. These two persons must be detained. Repeat, it is urgent. And there they go. Be on the lookout for a 1955 black and white Ford sedan. License number again. Here they are driving around the town looking for the car. Oh, there's a price of gas. Regular, which looks like 25.9, and ethyl 27,910. Anybody remember ethyl gas?
Per gallon. That's per gallon. That's 4 liters.
Right.
Yeah.
That's per gallon for 4 liters. Right.
So that's like 6 or 7 cents a liter.
Yep.
Man, oh man. Well, everything was cheap back then, though. I guess pretty much, wasn't it?
Right.
You could probably buy a house for like $12,000 back in those days.
Brand new car for $2,000.
Yeah. Today around this town, if you want to buy a nice house, you're probably paying at least $1 million.
Well, everything now, the way the economy is designed, is to squeeze as much money out of people and gouge, because that's just the common way everything goes.
Well, I don't know I'm not an economist, so I don't understand the way inflation works really, but I know it's been really hitting hard here in the last
a basic way to describe the economy is the way they put it is they'll charge as much as the market can bear, which means they'll charge as much as people are willing to pay. If they realize they're charging too much, they'll back off a little bit. But the whole point is to keep raising it and raising it and raising it.
It's like the frog in the boiling water scenario.
Pretty much. Yeah, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to it.
It'll be okay. Don't worry.
Right. You'll find it comforting. Even you'll be thanking us.
Well, the water's warm for a while. It's kind of nice, and then it starts to boil, and it's like not so nice.
Yeah, and put the lid on it. So that way you can't get out. So here we have the cops going through the same gas station that Dr. Bedell and Becky were at earlier. And of course, he tells them that he saw them. Here we have them driving through the city. And he says, we'll try to make it to my office. But like I said, at this point, like they had a very short shooting schedule. And the actors were getting very little sleep. They were shooting 6 days a week, and they only had Sundays off. So they were actually physically exhausted, which really, really adds to their performance, in my opinion, and their appearance. So they decided to ditch the car smartly.
I like the way he puts the sign on the window too.
Right, $650 down for that car, right?
Yeah,
and they go running.
Those were the days.
Good idea to hide that car in a used car parking lot too.
Perfect.
And here's what they have, where they're going through the rear entrance to his office. And they hear noise, and they hear people running through the building, and so they lock themselves in the closet. This is kind of referenced in the 1978 remake.
Yeah, I love that little switch. He ditches the car there and puts the for sale sign on his window. I'm like, oh, that's so smart.
It's just brilliant.
Even these days, it'd be smart because they're looking for a car on the road.
They're looking for a car that isn't for sale too. So if it got a sale sign on, you won't even give it a second glance if you're a cop, right?
Right. And of course, here's where the light switch is on, and people are in the office, and they hear voices. This would be scary. I can imagine if it was me in there, I'd be, oh my God. Here's where they're being quiet and waiting.
Hey, welcome back there, son of a red shirt.
Hey, little son of a red shirt. Good to see you again. And I'm probably way behind on the chat, aren't I? Let's see here. Gorilla's Renaissance says, I put the creator of the Dutch angle in the same category as the guy who invented roundabouts. That's an interesting category, Gorilla. And Gorilla's Renaissance is always Obviously, he hasn't been married that long. No, I guess not. There can be only one, says Nemesis of Eden. Of course, reference to Mad Max, Beyond Thunderdome. Son of
Wasn't
a
that
Red Shirt.
Highlander as well?
Oh, that's right, Highlander. Excuse me. Yes, it was Highlander. Son of a Red Shirt. By the way, which they're making a remake of, I guess, with Henry
Oh,
Cavill.
I'm afraid.
Yeah,
I'm very
exactly.
afraid.
Right, exactly. Sorrow and dismay. Right, that's how it is now when you hear about sequels or
I
remakes.
how can you improve on a classic? Like, are they remaking The Princess Bride too? Like,
Well, yeah. The debate is. Don't take my word for it, but go back and look at the box office on Princess Bride, and your first answer is going to be, "Oh, nope, don't worry, there'll never be a remake."
no, I hope they don't, because you can't really improve on perfection as far as I'm concerned. So
Well, but the movie itself was a financial disaster, and the critics really ravaged it.
I think it's a classic.
Well, I know a lot of people like it, but I know at the time it just wasn't. But who knows? Hocus Pocus was a failure, and they went after that again. So you never know, right?
Seems like they'll dredge up anything that has. Well, the thing is, Princess Bride has got a cult following over the decades since it came out, right? So they
Yeah,
could be keying into that factor.
very possible. Son of a Red Shirt says, "See, Emilio Estevez and Harry Dean Stanton in the classic Repo manufactured to kill clowns from outer space." And so he means Repo Man. Okay.
Repo Man is an awesome film.
That's definitely another cult classic. Gorillas Ran and
That's
Thoughts is
another one you should think about doing, but I guess it's not really horror, is it? It's more
not
sci-fi.
really. Yeah. Gorillas Ran sci-fi fantasy. Gorillas Ran and Thoughts. Average house price here is 75,000. Yes, in California, $500,000.
Man,
Son of a
that's
Red
cheap
Shirt, Repo
growing.
Man. It is. And not only that, that 75,000 probably includes several acres too, knowing them. And two or
Boy,
three
that's really
floors.
cheap. Wow.
Yeah. Unheard of. That's why people here in California, what they do is they work here, they earn their fortune, and they get their money, and then when they earn their pension, and then they move to the south, or in places like where Gorilla is, because there they can live high off the hog on their pension forever because they're being paid like they're still living in California. It's a
Yeah,
big thing for California people doing that.
it's probably here. Like if I moved to Saskatchewan, I imagine house prices would be much cheaper. But the trouble is in Saskatchewan, you're getting like minus 20, 30 Celsius winters.
That
So
yeah, you will have to adapt, but it's probably worth it. At least for
actually,
me, I'm in California. It's like, yeah, we don't get sub-freezing temperatures, but I'm willing to give up California to deal with them.
actually, at my job, I actually have one agent that call Saskatchewan for every week, and they're the nicest people you'd ever want to meet. They're so
Now that's
sweet.
where
Yeah, they're my favorite people. They're really down to earth and very genuine for the most part.
very cool. So here's what we have where Becky asked so they were looking around the office, the light switched off, and she asked the doctor, "Do you think he'll come back?" "I don't think they'll check again before morning," says the doctor. "Or then Jack should be here with help." I would be really worried about Jack and Teddy at this point. And there she is. What if Jack doesn't get through? Here, take two of these. So now he's giving her pills to keep her awake.
Good idea.
Right. Well, I'm sure if you'd have known he'd done that earlier in the movie. And of course, he looks out the window. We can't close our eyes all night, he says. We may wake up changed, which definitely adds to the paranoia. And I want to mention that a lot of you have probably realized, but this is back during the Cold War, so there was a big scare about commies, and we had the McCarthy hearings, so that kind of added to the fear of the movie.
Yeah, I think the whole central theme of this movie was basically communism in infiltrating American society, right?
Well, that's what people thought, and when they interviewed the director and Kevin McCarthy, the director, said, no, it's just a thriller. It just happens to seem like that.
So they were just doing a sci-fi movie, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
They just didn't know that it was going to be, like I said, such a hit, and they didn't realize people were going to read all these things into it. They thought they were just making a simple 80-minute movie.
I guess that can happen, though. Sometimes, a director and a writer might do something that they don't intend to be a certain way, but the audience will sort of pick up on themes that
Yeah, hello, The Prisoner. The series The Prisoner is a perfect example. Patrick McGowan just wanted to point and shoot and film the series, but the fans have added so many levels of conspiracy theories to that show that he even said, "Give it up, people."
Prisoner is a great show, though.
Oh, it's a good show, but it's just that Patrick McGowan was not planning on all these things that people have layered into it.
Yeah, you only
So
want to do like 7 episodes originally, right? And they forced them
yeah,
to
I think
do,
so.
a bunch more. So,
We may wake up change. So he tells her, Becky, we can't go to sleep. We may wake up change into something evil and inhuman,
hmm.
and have allowed their humanity to drain away. Only it happens slowly instead of all at once. They didn't seem to mind, but just some people. Harden our hearts and grow callous, he says. Do we realize how precious it is to us? And they're realizing how precious it is to love and to actually be real.
This is great dialogue.
Oh dear. Uh,
That's what breaks my heart the most of this movie is they have such a great loving relationship, and
yep.
it doesn't turn out well.
No, which is it's really heartbreaking. And here we have another shot of a 1950s doctor's office with an ashtray full of cigarettes.
I love it.
I had a good friend Sean Carter. He's passed away now, and he had one of those phones. He collected rotary phones from
That's a cool
different
phone.
eras. Yeah, and he had one of those right there.
I remember rotary phones.
Oh yes, they always worked when the power was out, so I give them credit for that.
Hey, rotary phones were fine. They always worked when I was,
Always
young.
worked, right? Even when the power was out. Maybe that's Jack trying to find us. They say.
Operate as well.
Here he is looking out the window. And by the way, I drive and work around California. We just lost
Scogli.
Scogli. I hope Scogli can come back. He may have finished work and he's on his way home.
Oh,
But
it could
Scogli,
be.
if you can hear us, you're welcome back at any time. But what I was going to say is I live, work, and drive around California. And to this day, I've always looked for this intersection. I need to do a little more history. I want to go back because obviously this is down the LA area. And I
You
want to go
know,
back and do a video on all the shooting locations that they have for this movie because, and here we go. Welcome back, Scogli.
hey, Scogli.
Cheers. Fat
Right.
finger syndrome.
I've got a playlist on my channel where I covered famous shooting locations in Los Angeles. And I've been meaning to do this movie here and travel around and get the. Now, I know the locations, obviously, these days, it's not going to look the same, but I want to cover it. I want to try to find where all these were shot.
That square wasn't in the Invaders TV series, was it?
I'm not sure. Well, the question is, well, it was filmed in an actual town, so unlikely, but I'm not
Well,
sure. I'd have
actually,
to
the
see the episode
Invaders
in
filmed some
question.
stuff filmed quite a bit on location too,
On
and it looks
location, right.
very familiar because I think it was a triangular square in one of the episodes. And that's actually something I'll bring up later about that show because I think it relates a lot to this movie.
It does. It does. Just like any Saturday morning, he says, so he looks out the window and he says, well, it appears normal, just like any Saturday morning. And bet they walk back to the window and they look. Len Perlman, Bill Bittner, Jim Clark and his wife Shirley and their kids. People I've known all my life. And she said, what time is it? And he said, 7:45. It's too early to be so busy. What are they doing here? So he notices everybody's starting to gather together at the park. There must be strangers in town, he thinks. They're waiting for the bus to come and go. There is another one until 1 o'clock. There's the police car. And here we go, the town doing their thing, and the police car returns. Here's the town people all head towards the park. And this is where you know it's time to get creepy because that's not cool right there. And here we have a truck pulling in. And here we have at the park, if you have Crescent City family, step to track 1. Went back a little bit. The first truck. And there we have in the unveil where they open up the tarp on one of the trucks and the trucks are full of pods. So these pod people, I guess are, by the way, the phrase pod people did not exist before this movie. And now it's actually a common term that people use when people aren't acting themselves or they seem like they've been replaced. So it's actually now in the common language. So the first truck, here we are unloading pods and hand them out to the people. All the red bait families are contacts. So he's calling each family up one at a time to come and get their pods. Milltown, the third truck. Wow. and they're all taking the pods and putting them in their cars. Now is what they're saying is probably in all the towns around us, because obviously these trucks are driving all over the place. It's malignant
So all
disease.
these people are compromised that are picking up the pods. So they're taking the pods to be delivered to other families,
Well, he's calling the names of families. So excuse
or
me. I'm just
maybe to relatives that haven't been
relatives.
compromised yet?
Yes, relatives that have not been compromised yet,
Mm.
and they've all been told to take the pods home and hide them somewhere until their relatives go to sleep.
Oh man, this is very scary.
And here's what they say: I can't wait for Jack any longer. Stay here, and he gives her some smelling salts. I've got to stop him, he says. And unfortunately, and he hears the voice out in the hallway saying, "They're not here. I hope we're not too late." And he opens the door, and it's Jack. And unfortunately, Danny Kaufman, the psychiatrist.
I hate that guy.
Right. So Miles says, "I'm so glad to see you," and Jack says, "Not quite. There's still you and Becky," which means, oh no. Miles, it would have been so much easier if you'd gone to sleep last night. Relax, we're here to help you. You know better than that. Would you like to watch them grow? They ask him.
Oh
No
yeah, of
thanks.
course.
Right. Yeah, I want to watch, sure. No thanks. And they say, put them in there. So they put the pods in the next room. There's nothing to be afraid of. We're not going to hurt you. Remember how Teddy and I fought against it? You mean Teddy doesn't mind? Of course not. She feels exactly the way I do. Oh, poor Teddy.
Wow.
If we leave town, we won't come back. We can't let you go. You're too dangerous to us. Sooner or later, you'll have to go to sleep.
Actually, that line there, "You're too dangerous to us," that must mean that they haven't compromised all the communities around the town yet.
You're right.
No,
Which means
no.
so far it's isolated.
So
Yeah,
there's
the
still
whole
a chance. There's still a chance.
exactly. The whole point is that shipping the pods out to other families is they're trying to spread out. They're trying to get out there, and these guys realize that these guys know and could alert people.
Right.
Right. And those people putting the pods in the cars are all driving to other towns to their family members and relatives. So
Exactly.
the pod people are already leaving the city with extra pods. So sooner or later, you'll have to go to sleep, they tell him. Miles, you and I are scientific men. Of course, he's trying to convince them once again. Just think, less than a month ago, Santa Mira was like any other town. Then out of the sky came a solution. There we go.
Right? This is the scene. Seeds drifting through space for years.
Seeds drifting through space for years. Yep. Took root in a farmer's field. I'm guessing it's the farmer with the burning haystack. From the seed came pods, the exact likeness of any form of life. Now, interesting because we don't see any hints of that until we see the 1978 version with the homeless bum and his dog. So, which I'm not going to give away because we're going to be covering that. So, an exact likeness of any form of life. So you wonder, well, couldn't it take a form of other life? But in this movie, it's just humans that we know of. Out of the sky. Your new bodies are growing in there, he says. They're taking you over cell for cell. There's no pain. They'll absorb your minds, your memories, and you're reborn into an untroubled world. And you're reborn. Oh, sorry, same line. Exactly. Oh, it just reminds you the same people saying, take the jab. Take the jab. You'll be fine. Oh, anyway, what a world. What a world. We're not the last humans left, he says. Tomorrow, you won't want them to. Tomorrow, you'll be one of us. Which reminds me, we will be covering freaks eventually. That's where that line is so famous from.
One of us. One of us. One of yeah, it's amazing.
Yes. And it's made with an actual freak show, which is impossible these days. Back then, and I went to one freak show when I was a kid. I was very, very lucky because you would never be able to see that anymore. So tomorrow I will feel the same. Miles asked them. There's no need for love. Then you have no feelings, only the instinct to survive. Then you have. So It didn't last. It never does. Love, desire, ambition, faith. Without them, life's so simple. Believe me, he says. I don't want any part of it. You're forgetting something, Miles. You have no choice. Dun dun dun. And here's where he's telling Becky that they're pretty much right. That they're pretty much stuck. Good. And they walk into the other room, and Miles is with Becky, and he's hugging her. I want to love and be loved, she says. He's, of course, trying to calm her down. Poor Becky. I don't want a world without love or grief or beauty. I'd rather die. I don't blame her. No, he says. Not unless there's no other way. Of course, he's not done or a sleeping pill or something. So he's trying to think of something still. Drugs dull the mind. Maybe that's the reason, he says. No, it wouldn't work, he says. I might get one or even two, but I couldn't get three. You're forgetting something, darling. Me. 3 against 2. Give me a knife, she says. Way to go, Becky.
And they say there were no strong women back then.
Absolutely. I would trust a woman back then more than I would now.
Well, yeah, women were women, men were men.
Depends on the woman.
I've got some really nice women that I work with actually that are pretty cool.
Well, and we all know anti-derivative Jill, so we know there are beautiful, intelligent, strong women still out there.
Yeah, I was hoping Jill might join us tonight because I think this would be her kind of movie actually. So I hope she'll watch it in reruns when she has time.
I hope so too. But yeah, she's on Scotty's channel.
Oh, is she on with Scotty tonight?
Yeah, Scotty's doing something.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then. Can't be everywhere at once, I guess.
Nope.
Good night, Gorilla. It was wonderful having you here.
Oh, you had
good night, Gorilla. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock for him.
Night, Gorilla. Don't let that snow get to you too bad.
No, it's a lot.
Stay warm. Stay safe.
Okay, and I wonder. Gorilla says no, it's a lot in a small town. If you want acres, you have to pay $125,000 depending on the shape of the house. What did Pfizer sponsor this also? Right. Well, I got to head to bed. Yes. Good night, Gorilla, and thank you. I'll see you tomorrow for our Gilligan's Island stream. Admiral Teague says, "Why is he bad mouthing drugs?" Right. What? A doctor bad mouthing drugs?
That was good.
I don't know why he bothers measuring. I just give him each a bottle full, right?
Just give him a lethal overdose, I say.
That's what I'm saying, right? Who cares how much? Just make sure it's enough to kill him.
Just make sure it's more than enough, yeah.
That's one advantage. If the bodies are exact, that means the effect of drugs will work on them.
Yeah, if it's a fatal overdose for a normal human, then it should kill them too, right?
Well, I mean, so far they're not forcing them to do anything. It's not like they've sat down and tied them up. I'm pretty sure if you we see exactly what happens with the response with them just being knocked out, let alone if they killed him.
But Nemesis, they don't need to do that because they know nobody can stay awake forever.
Right, and they know they have them trapped. The whole city has them blocked.
They know in a day or two, some people maybe go 3 or 4 days without sleep, but most people can't, and they know they'll get them then, right?
Yep.
Well, exactly, right? So, why if the doc here overdosed the dudes and tried to run away, they would be less peaceful about it, is what I'm trying to say. Because we see what happens when they just find that, they've knocked these people out and they've escaped. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So
here's where he hides in the closet.
Could be.
So they want to fool the people inside the other room into thinking that they have left the office.
Yeah.
So Miles hides in the closet and slams the door.
And he kicks something over too.
Yes. And of course they're all being casual, and they should have been on their toes, but oh well. What's going on there? And of course Miles has them locked in. Miles, unlock the door. Open the door, Miles. And he comes up behind him, right? Gets both of them with one shot. Excellent. And there's the fat cop again.
There's the cop again.
Open the door. Becky, quick. It's your turn to move.
They're putting up a pretty good fight, I gotta say.
Oh, yeah. Which is realistic, because it takes a while for those drugs to kick in.
I suppose, yeah.
It does.
Becky sure takes charge here, though. Boy, she gives it to
Right.
the cop.
This is where she really
Dude,
knows it, right?
Right in the neck, too.
I thought she stabbed that guy because she's like, "Give me a knife," and then I didn't realize later that he gave her like a needle. I thought she like straight up shanked that dude with a scalpel.
Well, it makes sense that it would be the knife because even if you cut him, he could still struggle and fight. So the knife, I'm guessing, being closer in the neck is probably what made him pass out faster, possibly.
Yeah, I
And
would
the other-
imagine an injection, if you got it in one of your, like a jugular or something, you'd probably pass out instantly.
Yeah, our only hope is to make it to the highway. So at this point, the other two men on the floor are out cold too.
Yeah, this is when the film gets incredibly exciting. The last bit here,
Right. This is chapter 3 where it really kicks into gear.
it's like do or die at this point.
The only other way out is out the front door. They're trying to go out the back door, but the people in the town anticipated that, so they locked him in from the inside. And they're not going to bother going back into the office to find out who has the key to that lock. So he says, we'll have to chance it by going out the front door.
Scogli says his phone is burning up. He'll be on in a few.
Okay.
Okay, Scogli, start. Yeah, StreamYards is terrible on phones, and it drains battery
no worries.
really bad.
No worries, Scogli.
And he explains to Becky, keep your eyes wide. A little wide and blank, he says. And of course, he tries to straighten around his tie and the clothes, trying to look normal, appear normal.
And once again, it's just a mirroring shot of them earlier, right? When he was walking her down the stairs and they're chit-chatting. Now he's like, "Oh, you gotta like this is serious stuff. We gotta look blank and vacant."
Right, and which is the most hardest thing of all, knowing that who you're surrounded by. This would be very, very difficult not to panic.
Well, I guess by this point they figured out that these things have basically zero emotion. So if you act similar to yourself but don't show any extreme kind of emotion, you'll probably pass.
Exactly. Well, Sam, we're finally with you, the doctor says. They were supposed to let me know, the cop says. He said he'd phone the station and then call me. They should realize Miles hasn't shaven. That should be a red flag, but oh well. And he's calling again now. And unfortunately, a dog almost gets hit by a truck, and Becky accidentally screams out.
Yeah, she gives it away.
Oh, dude, right? And I mean, like, I'm really chapped about this scene, which, like, in the remake in the 70s version, I totally understand why she freaks out, and it's justified.
Yes.
Well,
yes,
she's just basically a woman that doesn't want to see a dog get run over. That's what I took from this scene.
Yeah, but, like, and she immediately knows she's screwed up, but it's just like, ugh.
Sometimes, so on a spur of the moment, somebody can have an emotional response that they go, "Oh crap!" a second later, right?
Yep. I'm not gonna understand. I'm a dog lover. I would find it very hard to not react.
I find it believable from my perspective, anyway.
Yeah, me too. And here's where we are. He says, "Oh, just continue acting normal." And of course, the cop is suspicious, and he heads back into the doctor's office.
Luckily, they've got time though, because it takes them a little while to run up the stairs.
Yes, it does buys him a little time. And here's where the cop realizes what's going on, just as they arrive at this gas station. And of course, by the way they're running, it's obviously they know the gig is up, and the whole town is going to be after them. And the cop definitely knows what's going on now. He finds the bodies inside the doctor's office. And of course, he calls and puts out an alert. This is Janzik. They got away. Oh, here we go. By the way, Kevin McCarthy explained it. To shoot these scenes that we're seeing here until the end of the movie, they had to run and run and run and run. And he said he got several Charlie horses and cramps because of all the terrain and due to the running.
Well, running up
exhausted, right?
Running up those stairs too. I mean, I almost got exhausted watching that.
Yeah, me too, right? Especially at my age now, I'd be like, oh, I'll stop every few steps and rest.
my knees don't do well with stairs anymore, so it'd probably take me
There
about,
they
I don't
are.
know, maybe probably take me about a week to walk up there.
Yeah. Same here. Same here. When I went to do my last year to film famous filming locations in Los Angeles, I did the famous Laurel and Hardy steps and the Three Stooges steps from Aiken every state.
Oh, I love the Laurel
And
and
yeah,
Hardy.
I'm not a
That's the
yeah, from the
piano
music
one,
box.
isn't it? Yeah, I
Yeah, the
love
piano
that.
one from the music. Yeah, I did a video of the music box, and
That's
I
yeah,
climbed.
that's
Okay, PvP. Listen to this. I had two different cameras with me, right?
right.
And I climbed the Laurel and Hardy. I said, okay, press record, whatever. Climbed the Laurel and Hardy steps all the way to the top, and then realized it didn't record. I had to go back down and do it all over again. So I got to walk up those things twice. And by then I was
You
like,
told
oh my goodness.
you actually told me this story, I think maybe 3 months ago or something.
I did. I did.
Yeah.
I still need to edit that video and post it. I have it on my computer and on
Well,
everything, but I need to edit and
whenever.
post it.
We
Yes,
can wait. We can wait. Sometimes you got to wait for good things, right? So
exactly. And I wanted to mention that the cinematographer slash camera operator came up with an ingenious idea. Is he put the camera on like wheels and fastened them to the railing of the stairs to follow the actors. Remember, this is long before they had Steadicam.
wow, great idea.
There it is, right there.
Oh yeah, this is really fantastic, isn't it?
Uh-huh. And that would be extremely scary. Can you imagine turning back like that and seeing the whole town coming after you? And of course, we can't play the audio due to copyright reasons, but this is where we hear the whole time, the entire town with a blaring alarm going bonk, 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 bonk.
Mm.
Right? And like if these guys had like killed the dudes, I'm pretty sure there'd be a lot more hostile, like the cops would be shooting at them. Because like the whole town is basically against them at this point, which I'm not sure why they're so focused on capturing these two versus just like
Well, they don't want them. They don't want them to get out of the town. Just spread the word.
So kill them.
Yep.
I
But
think
then
they
the movie
probably
can't happen.
I
they
think the
probably
townspeople now are at the point. I think where they're thinking, well, forget about trying to convert them over. Let's just kill them, right? Possibly.
That's what I'd be at, but
Yeah, because they've unsuccessfully already tried a few times.
maybe they're just too far ahead of them to actually, to be shot. I don't know.
Well, at this point, yes, they still are.
They have a good lead start here. So
Yes. Come on, they went this way.
now, the thing is, most of these people wouldn't have guns anyway. Probably,
Not in the 50s. No, only the police would.
it'd be only the few cops. So
Yes.
this is really great, though. I'm glad you mentioned that they actually rigged up something on the stairway to, because those shots are amazing for the time.
And especially the cameras were extremely heavy and bulky at the time. Nothing like now.
Yeah, yeah.
So you notice the cops have their guns, but they're not drawn.
Mm-hmm.
And he
yeah.
says now they're over there. And we have a visitor. Let me check.
Well, maybe they're at the point where they still want to try.
Stokely, welcome back.
Maybe they still want to. Maybe they still want to compromise them unless they absolutely 100% have to kill them.
That's right. That's possible too. They want to convert them. That's why they don't want to hurt them. I'd rather convert you than hurt you.
Nice.
And of course, and remember, wait, no stunt actors were used in the filming of this movie. This is the actual actors.
Yeah, I love when you see big name actors running down a hillside where they could get totally injured and they still go for it because they're so dedicated.
Right. Wait till we cover the giant spider invasion, where you see Barbara Hale, aka Della Street from Perry Mason, tumble down a hill.
Wow, I'd like to see that.
All right, Della Street from Perry Mason. Yeah, she actually tumbles down a hill.
Well, she's a legend, man. She's a legend. When did she pass away? It was just a few years ago or something. She was
I think it was a little longer than that, maybe early 2000s.
Was she like in her 90s or something? Like she was old.
I'm not sure. I could look up. Obviously, you guys know that she was William Katz's mother, right?
Yep. Greatest American hero. Yeah.
Yep. So here we have the town people chasing after him and Becky. And by the way, this is filmed in the area of Bronson Canyon, Bronson Caves in Los Angeles, not far away from the Griffith Observatory. People may recognize from Rebel Without a Cause and many other movies.
Wow. That's a cool shot there with the tree.
It is. Yeah, I love the framing. Here we go, Bronson Canyon. And I hate to self-promote, but I do have a video in my playlist of the famous filming locations in Los Angeles, and I covered this whole area right here in color in 360 degrees.
Cool.
I actually walked down this road.
I just want to mention Agro Teague's comment in the chat here. Just posted a little while ago. Look at that dedication to communism, folks.
Bird's boning up. There we go.
It's hilarious.
Scogly, glad you made it home. Look at that dedication to communism, folks. There we go. Right. So here we are, have been running, and of course, in the 50s, the 1950s, Becky's got to fall.
She'll always be tripping over nothing.
Yes.
Oh, poor Becky.
And here we are at the famous Bronson Cave, AKA the Bat Cave.
Yeah, the Batmobile Cave. Yeah.
Yep.
Jedi Bill, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, Jedi Bill.
Hey, Jedi Bill, good to see you. Glad you could join us. We're close to the end of the movie, and Bill's also a fellow horror fan, so he's probably seen this. Hello, son of a red shirt, says Bill. Bill, have you seen this 1956 Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the original? It's probably a foolish question, but I thought I'd ask. So here we have Miles. Becky is too exhausted; she can't run anymore, and it's great. Even her, as you can see, her nylons are even torn.
Yeah, true.
So it's
daylight,
right? I just want to point out that it's daylight right now.
Definitely daylight, and I was so heartbroken because when I hiked to this cave to do my videos, that's when I found out that they had it fenced off. There's two entrances, one on either side, and they had it fenced off to the public, and that was so heartbreaking.
That sucks.
It is, but you know what? Probably because of public vandalism, people were going to go in there and ruin it, right?
Could be safety reasons too. Maybe the cave is slowly crumbling, and rocks are like dropping on people's
thank
heads.
you. Okay, and I'll cover. Here's what happened: there was a fence up on either side where you couldn't get in. So I took my camera on an extension pole and stuck it over the fence to get a good look at the inside of the caves.
Good idea.
Because the sign said danger. But there were rocks on the ground, and guess what? They were Studio Hollywood rocks.
Wow.
Huh.
Yes.
I can't place what channel, but I think I saw a video actually of the Bat Cave in its present condition. And back when that person filmed it, it was not closed off, and I think they actually went inside it.
Yes. Yeah, I heard it in the 80s and stuff. Yeah, I've been talking to fellow fans.
I can't remember. I saw it months ago on here somewhere, but
I had somebody tell me, they said, "What? It's closed?" And I said, "Yeah," and they said, "Well, darn it, it wasn't when I went and visited."
Well, the thing is, too, the authorities are so paranoid of somebody getting bonked on the head and having a lawsuit, millions of dollars to face. They probably just say, "Hey, a couple $1,000s worth of fencing will solve that problem," right?
Right. Well, I would think I'd just put up a sign saying "Enter at your own risk," but that doesn't even make any difference these days because you have to put it in 1,000 different languages or you'll get a lawsuit.
Well, hey, people call themselves a McDonald's coffee and they sue and they win.
And win, right? Aim for the crotch. Aim for the crotch. Always remember that, guys. Right? If you're gonna hurt yourself, aim for the crotch.
That's what I always tell my girlfriends.
That's what she said.
I couldn't resist.
Becky said, "I shouldn't have said that. Sorry." Okay.
Sorry, I should
keep
it clean.
Becky says, "I can't make it anymore." And he says, "Yes, you can." But they actually had to dig into the ground in order to do this next scene.
I thought this scene was amazing.
It is. All these planks, the boards, everything were added for this movie. And by the way, for fellow fans out there, like I said a couple weeks ago, same cave from Army of Darkness at the end. Here's where they're looking for a way to escape. In reality, there is an exit on the other side of the cave, but they don't show that. Becky's exhausted, and Miles realizes there's some boards under the floor there. He moves the boards out of the way, and he tells Becky to get inside.
Now, this is dedicated acting when you're going to crawl down in a dirty hole.
Yes. Very realistic, too. We don't have to worry about hiding their faces because they're stunt people. Oh, poor Becky.
Yeah, I feel so. This scene, this breaks my heart, this last part.
And Nemesis of Eden, welcome back.
Hey, sorry about that.
No problem. No reason to apologize.
No worries.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're here for the end.
It seems to be the standard fare with StreamYards.
StreamYard's been
And notice
acting
Miles covered.
up lately. Yeah,
It has. Hopefully they're get that fixed soon.
I've been booted off like 3 times. For just technical problems in like a last month and a half.
So here's where Miles
Yes,
covers them in the hole just in time for the townspeople, and he can hear the townspeople say, "Here's her sweater. They must be in the tunnel." So
One
here we
thing
go.
about this sequence that really blew my mind is they have like, I don't know, 100 extras or whatever actually
At least.
running over these bloody boards where two high valued actors are right underneath. And if one of those boards had ever slipped, or I mean, they could have got seriously injured, right?
Well, no, what else I thought was great was as they're running over the boards, you can see dust and dirt falling onto the actors. It's a good thing it didn't get into their eyes.
Exactly. Yeah. It seemed like a very risky proposition the way they filmed this, but it makes it all so much better, right?
Absolutely. Look, Tommy, you go that way. So now they're starting to look around.
Man,
Here we are.
And
just
I love
shot
these.
inside.
I mean, what kind of camera would they have used to get these shots? Because that must have been a smaller camera right there.
Well, no, they remember now they dug the hole in the ground, so they made enough room for the camera.
Okay. I still think it's pretty innovative for 1956.
It is, and it adds that claustrophobic feel. The fact that we're down there with them, and it makes the audience, us, feel like we're down there with them.
Right.
I think it's a little late for the town to say we're not going to hurt you, right? Right. And look, that one. There's you can see specks of dirt on their heads. So yeah, the dirt and dust is falling on them.
Amazing. Yeah, when I watched this the other day, it was like, oh, this is really scary.
And this is all the townspeople, people that used to be their friends.
I mean, that's what made it, though. It wasn't just, that these are actors filming a scene. It was like I actually, felt scared for the actual real actress in real life.
Yes. And here we are, after. So this is after the townspeople have left, and Miles and Becky crawl out of the hole, and they're washing their face with water.
Trying to stay awake, I assume, with cold
and
water.
She says, "Miles, I can't stay awake much longer," she says.
Miles should have taken a whole pill bottle full of those pills.
Yeah, it's too bad he should have taken them with them.
Yeah.
We better start, or we'll never make it to the highway.
Yeah, but it's like me. If I can drink like 4 energy drinks and still pass out, after a point, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I guess
you're right.
We got our limits, right? Yeah,
right.
Totally
especially
true.
caffeine. Caffeine, it only works up to a certain point.
Yeah, I totally get it, Nemesis. You're right.
I know a lot of people that drink coffee all day and night, and they go right to bed.
Need some good old Pervitin.
There you go. Or bunk on the head. Here they are looking outside and you can see it's near dark. This is the opposite side of the cave, which I'll also show in my video because I walked around the entire mountain there.
Cool.
Cheers, lemon pie. Always a pleasure.
Hey, lemon pie. So good.
Hi, lemon pie.
We cover that really quick here. Bill says, hello, gorillas, random thoughts. Bill, Gorilla's in bed at this point, but thank you. I'll pass it on to him. Jedi Bill says, yes, I have pop culture. I figured. A horror aficionado such as yourself has obviously seen this before. Lemon Pie says, hello, fellas. And hello, Lemon Pie. Howdy, Pop. Good to see you, Lemon Pie. Hello, Nemesis. All right.
Good to see you, Lemon. Thanks for stopping by on all my streams, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, always nice to see you, Lemon.
And they notice that there's no longer any sound. They don't hear the townspeople. And Becky says, Miles, I've never heard anything so beautiful. And
they hear that music. They hear that.
There's music playing. That's right.
Yeah, it's so creepy.
And yeah, it's a trap.
But this tripped me out. I didn't know whether it was the movie or not, and I was like, wait. I paused the movie and I was like, yeah, it is. It fucking tripped me out.
Right, it's a trap to lure them out.
The thing about this scene is I'm thinking, okay, this has obviously got to be a radio broadcast or something, right? Because it's not like they have a bunch of singers, live in the street somewhere. So it's like, how do they fall for this? Because it's like, it doesn't matter how beautiful it sounds. That doesn't mean it's human, right?
I love what the announcer says. It's so funny.
Stay here and pray. They're as human as they sound, he says.
But that was the tragic mistake he made, was leaving Becky.
He
It
leaves her
is.
right now. That's pivotal.
He should have taken her with him, and he could have kept her awake, and she might have survived. But she was
Right.
lost. She was lost at that point.
But the main thing you should
Yeah.
realize is don't take his eyes off of her.
He should have never left her. This scene's it's so sad.
But he's
It's
also
good.
like, he was concerned that like she's super tired too, right? Like dragging her up the hill. If that's a bunch of people and they have to book it, she's not going to be able to do it.
But he should have realized,
Right.
since she was super tired, once he left her, she was going to doze off and be compromised.
Possibly.
It's a catch-22, man. It's
Right,
one
and
Catch
it's-
or the
22.
other.
Yeah, catch 22. Yeah.
And it's good the movie doesn't tell us yet, so it leads to leaving us wondering. So now he realizes where the music's coming from. Oh, how nice! It's coming from the pod farm.
And then
As-
the song ends, and the announcer's like, "Then it's WRX 24-hour. All praise the pod."
And I wanted to point out that at the time that this movie was made, there was no such radio station with those call letters, but now there is.
I just
Actually,
made those up, but that's just
There it is.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
KCAA, the 24-hour platter parade.
If they had
Which
a woke radio station, they'd probably be saying the same thing. 24-hour wokeness.
Right.
Well,
24-hour
and
wokeness.
this ties into the 70s version too, right? Where I don't want to spoil too much, but like there's also a pivotal scene where they're like, music. And
so when
yeah,
he comes back into the cave here,
Right.
her voice, when he calls out to her, her voice is like off. Becky,
And there's a
she's
delay.
like-
Right.
and
There's
she's
no
like,
answer.
"Oh, I'm over here, Miles," and it's like, "Wait, hold on."
There
I'm
it
here,
is,
Miles.
I'm here, Miles.
She sounds weird.
Oh, Miles.
She's already. She is now a pod person. She's turned already.
Yeah, he never
Right,
should have
yeah.
left her.
He doesn't know that yet. And they weren't people, he tells her. It was more of them. You've got to get away, he tells her. And I'm exhausted, Miles.
Yeah, she tries to fake it for a bit there, doesn't she?
She does. And of course, he's exhausted too, which is why he stumbles and falls. He's totally wiped out at this point.
Man, I feel so. It's so sad because they were such a loving couple.
Yes, and they tried everything. We can't make it without sleep. Yes, we can, he says. And he kisses her. And then the reveal.
Man, he realizes.
Yeah, she knows the gig's up.
That reaction shot there of him is fantastic.
It is a total abject horror.
He totally
I went to
realizes.
sleep, Miles, and it happened, she tells him calmly.
He realizes he's lost her forever.
Yep. You notice she's all bright and cheery and not tired. That was just an act. Oh, Becky, he says. I should never have left you. Stop acting like a fool, Miles, and accept us. No, he says. Never. And then, unfortunately, she screams and yells, he's in here. Oh, get him, get him. When you have the only person that you cared for actually turn against you.
Well, at that point, he probably should have knocked her out or something, but I guess he didn't have the heart to do it because he loved her so much, right?
Right. Well, a combination of that, yeah, probably. But I didn't know the real meaning of fear. We have the voiceover again. Until I had kissed Becky. A moment's sleep, and the girl I loved was an inhuman enemy bent on my destruction. That moment's sleep was death to Becky's soul.
Great.
This is
That's
it.
great writing.
It is, just as it had been for Jack and Teddy. Their bodies were now hosts, harboring an alien form of life, a cosmic form, which to survive must take over every human man. And woman, I guess, but hey,
Oh, it was the 50s.
it was busy, so I ran and I ran. I ran
He
as
ran
little
so
Jimmy had
far.
run
They
all
used to
day.
use man as like mankind kind of thing too, right?
Yeah, exactly. They weren't trying to be sexist. They meant mankind whenever they said man.
Yeah, exactly.
So he ran and he ran like little Jim, he says, to get to the highway. Poor little Jimmy. And here we have that night. Now I want to explain this scene here coming up. And the townspeople, of course, are still after him. Let him go. They'll never believe him. So at this point, he's out of the town limits. and he runs on what's supposed to be the Hollywood freeway, but it's actually a closed, obviously a set. Wait,
I
stop.
hope so.
Stop and listen to me. Now, Don Siegel, the director, said at this point, Kevin McCarthy was extremely exhausted. So him acting this way was actually not acting. He was actually extremely physically exhausted. So they hired stunt drivers to drive all the cars and the trucks on the road. And he told them
Wow.
all to be very careful, he said, because he might accidentally fall or stumble in front of a car. So it
Wow.
was extremely dangerous, no stuntmen.
That's why it's got such realism in this sequence.
Yep.
Because it
Those
was
people that are
real.
coming after me, right, and here he is trying to explain to the people in the cars like they're going to understand. Those people that are coming, they're trying to get me. Listen to me, we're in danger.
Well, I
Get
suppose
out
if I
of
was
here.
driving down the road and I had some crazy man come up and say, they're not us, or, spouting all kinds of stuff like that,
Right.
I'd probably drive by him too.
Right. First thing you do is you roll up your windows and keep on going. Right.
I just think, hey, this guy's high on fentanyl or something.
And the guy here even pushes him away. Get out of here. Go on. They're after all of us, he says.
Isn't that like the end? This is like the last sequence of the original cut, right?
The original cut, yeah.
Yes. There isn't a human being left in Santa Mira, he shouts. Stop. And he's trying to convince everybody, pull over. I need your help. Notice the truck has markings of Los Angeles on the side. And he falls. You're drunk. Get off the street. The driver pushes him out of the way. And he almost gets ran over in this scene.
Yeah, when he gets pushed off the big truck.
Yep. And look, it says Los Angeles, Portland, and Seattle is what it says.
You've got to really give Kevin McCarthy the credit for the dedication and the intensity that he puts into this scene.
Absolutely. I want to point out those are all Democratic states. So yeah, no shock there. But yes, he climbs up into the back.
Wow,
of the
another great expression.
Yeah.
And here's what he sees.
Man, he was a great actor.
Are you crazy? And here they are, the people in the car shouting at him, you big idiot. Look, you fools, you're in danger. Can't you see? They're after you. Our wives, our children, everyone. They're here already. You're next.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
Right, that was where the original cut ended. And cue credits.
Yeah.
Right. But like I said, the studio thought it was too dark of an ending.
Oh, that's just glorious.
It would have been.
I think it would have been much better.
It would have been great, but I can understand why in 1956 that definitely would have been too dark for audiences back then.
Shook.
It probably would have been a box office bomb if they'd ended it the original way. Actually.
Well, and this isn't the only example. Remember now, Army of Darkness had a dark ending. Audiences did not like it. Little Shop of Horrors, the 82 version, had a dark ending. Audiences didn't like it.
Only the connoisseur likes those dark endings. Like
I know.
The ending of Oculus. I was like, fuck yeah.
Well, the thing is, a lot of folks want to have that.
I love the ending. Right, I love the ending of The Mist.
Oh, that's what I was just gonna say. Bob, was The Mist.
Right.
Folks do want that happy ending, though, right?
Yep. That's why I love foreign movies so much. They're not as predictable and cookie cutter as American.
I actually don't mind. I don't mind the happy ending in this one though, because I think it is kind of nice that there is some hope.
Well, as a kid, I was relieved. I was a kid because you really get into this, and I was relieved, thinking, "Oh God, we're not going to be taken over." Thank goodness. Right?
But the thing is, it's not a total happy ending, right? Because even though they're phoning the FBI, that doesn't mean the FBI haven't been compromised already. So it could still not turn out. Could still be a bad ending.
Right. Well, yeah, that's just it. It's still in question.
It leaves it ambiguous, I think.
Which leads it to this 78 version. Don't forget, in the 78 version, Dr. Bennell, is running through the streets of San Francisco yelling the same thing. So you don't believe a word of this, do you? He says. Don't just sit there measuring me for a straitjacket. Do something. Get on the phone. Call for help. What's the use? He's not ready to give up. And of course, they're looking at each other like,
that guy with the glasses. I think, was he the guy that played Mooney? Would he play Mooney in the Dick Van Dyke show?
Yes, Richard Deacon.
I thought I recognized him.
Okay, Richard Deacon was gay. And him and Nancy Walker and Paul Lynde were a trio that would hang around the bars in LA and frequent them. So very often people would go in the bars and see them three sitting at a table. Yes.
I never knew that. Wow.
Interesting combo, isn't it?
I remember him and Dick Van Dyke, though. He was like Dick Van Dyke's boss, I think, in the Dick Van Dyke show.
Well, he was right. Well, Alan Brady was the owner of the television show, but this guy was like immediate up above him, the supervisor.
He was like middle management or something, right?
Yeah, and he was always the butt of all the jokes by Maury Amsterdam, and they were funny. That's all they did.
Yeah, that was a great show.
Yeah, they always poked fun of, at him about his baldness. He was the straight man to their comedy.
Baldy.
Yes. So here's
anyway, I digressed.
Right, here's where they pretty much written him off as crazy. So even after all that, they don't believe him. We walk out. What do you think? Will psychiatry help? If all this is a nightmare, yes. Of course, it's a nightmare. He says, plants from another world taking over human beings. And what do we have here? It looks like we have a patient. And it says he ran his truck through a red light, and it tipped him over. Will you take over Vanell for me? They ask. How badly is he hurt? He asked the orderly. Under the most, and he says they pulled the man out from under the most peculiar things I ever saw. And here's where the other doctor hears this and is curious and listens. I never saw them before. They look like great big sea pods. And that's when the doctor realizes, oh no, it's seed pods, which is where the original name came from for the inspiration for this story. And so also Dr. Miles hears this as well at the same time. And they said, where's the truck coming from? And he said, Santa Mira.
That's the point. When they put seed pods and Santa Mira together, they go, oh shit.
Yeah, this is a picture of the doctor with the light bulb clicking on above his head, right?
Yeah.
Get on your radio and sound all points alarm, he says. Call every law enforcement agency in the state. That is, if it isn't already too late. But and we get the relief here.
Yeah.
We hear, operator, give me the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
But he's still not certain if it's going to turn out right, because look at his face, right?
Well,
which I love. I love the ambiguity of that ending, because I like happy endings. I mean, you know, I know I'm being silly, but I like a happy ending, but I don't like a coy happy ending. I kind of like this kind of ambiguous happy ending when it could go the other way.
Right, because they could easily said, "Oh yeah, we found out about the pods and we stopped all the trucks and stopped."
Oh yeah, that would have sucked.
Right.
That would have totally sucked. Yeah.
Yeah. Instead, it's only one truck that they've caught. So yeah, it still leaves it open for.
And you don't even know if the other authorities are compromised or not when they call them.
Exactly, that's the point, right? And these days, obviously, this means a sequel, right?
Oh, you should. Well, it did have a sequel eventually, I guess, in a way.
No, that was considering it was 78. It was a pretty much. Wow. It was a remake, but
reboot.
Right, reboot / sequel, because remember, it was like a whole new story until we get the cameo with Kevin McCarthy running down the San Francisco street with the mob chasing after him.
God, I wish I could. You know, I haven't seen that movie in probably 30 years or something, so I really don't remember much of it. But
right, Donald Pleasance and his girlfriend are driving through San Francisco, and they hear a commotion, and they stop the car and they look. And they see Kevin McCarthy running through the street saying, "You're next, you're next. They're here, they're here." The mob chases him around the corner.
I guess the negative ending didn't happen. I guess that's what happened after all this.
Well, what happens is in the 78 version is they see him and he's yelling, "They're here, they're here. You're next, you're next." The usual lines from this movie. And the crowd chasing him. They chase him around a corner. You hear the screech of a car tires. And then Donald Pleasance and the girlfriend run up to him, and he's dead in the street.
So it didn't turn out well. Okay.
No.
You know, the one thing I remember about, well, there's two things I remember about the 77 or 78?
78.
I remember Leonard Nimoy was in it, of course.
Of course.
And I remember Donald Pleasance near the end of the film when he gives that ungodly screech.
Yes.
Oh, amazing! I have that as my PlayStation avatar.
That still freaks me out. That still freaks me out when I think of it. But I haven't watched it in decades, so I need to rewatch whenever you do it, Pop, because I do not remember much of the film.
I was surprised that I actually preferred this version. But right at the end of the movie, immediately, I have questions. And a lot of people have had questions. Now, early in the movie, I'm not sure which character it is. He muses about how he thinks this might be going on. And it's the same that's presented in the 78 version. So anybody
Yes.
that's in the 78 version immediately gets confused by the cave scene, by the infamous cave scene, because they left her pod clone way back
Yes.
at the house.
That's it. Yeah, right. This time it was
Right?
apparently her actual body that was taken over, right?
So how what's presented earlier is the guy he's thinking, okay, so it grows the clone, and then the clone takes your place, and then your body disintegrates.
That's what I
think
thought.
happens
It does
is
kind of change.
the
Go ahead.
pod gets placed close to a human, and a telepathic bond forms. Follow me with this, okay? And
Right.
the pod grows an exact replica of the person. And the reason for doing that is it needs to create the body and everything perfectly, right down to the nerve system, the brain, the soul, the
The
memories.
fingernail, the fingerprints.
It gets all of that stuff complete. And once that's complete, when the host falls asleep, there's a telepathic transfer. And then the pod body itself disintegrates.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
The original human body is still integral, but the pod
And the
body
original human body is
disintegrates.
the one that carries on.
That's what I always
The pod
thought.
body grows to create the new persona, and then there's a psychic transfer. That's the only way the cave scene can be rationalized.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
So
what I
you're
thought.
saying
Yeah.
right. So you're saying that's why the body wasn't on the billiard table, because it disintegrated when it
correct.
completely took over Jack.
Yeah.
That's why it disappeared, right?
When his eyes opened, that is potentially Jack himself waking up in the fucking pod body, and
that's why they didn't find a body in the pool table afterwards.
And that's why he was gone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
Because it
Scopely's
doesn't make sense for her clone to replace her body in the cave when the townspeople had searched for them and didn't find them, and then the body, like, he only left her for a few moments.
I think I think that was the reveal at the end where he realized. I think that's the reveal at the end where he realized. Wait a minute, it's not the pod that physically replaced them, but
now in 1978, I'm going to have to watch it again, but I'm quite certain. I might be wrong, but it doesn't work like that in the 78 version.
No, the 78 version, the original turned to ash.
Yeah, the original turns to ash, and the pod person takes over.
Actually, turning to
that's
ash.
How it works. That's how it works in the book too.
Turning to ash is something I want to mention about something related to this movie that I will bring up later on.
Okay, I want to mention really quick. Lemon Pie says, "Howdy, PvP." Hope I'm not too far behind.
Yeah,
Admiral D says, "Hey, Lemon Pie."
I said hi to Lemon earlier, but hi again, Lemon.
Yeah. Lemon Pie says, "I missed a panel member, but I can't tell who was the fourth." That's okay. We had people popping in and out. That's fine. Hey, Admiral says Lemon Pie. And Lemon Pie says, "Is it Scogli?" Hey, yeah, Scogli, but he's back. That just shows how long that it's been since I've checked the chat. Keiko is in this movie, Miles. Keiko? I don't know what that means. Hey, Lemon Pie. Kirk 130 says, "Hey, Lemon Pie, I've been here, but in listen mode while doing some other work. Great to see you in the chat tonight." Admiral Teague says he just had some drugs and soon he'll be a commie. What most of Hollywood would be called about a win-win. Yeah, you're right. Lemon Pie says, "Hey, Herc, you changed your avatar." Admiral Teague says, "We'll show you, you capitalist bastard." And Herc 130 says, "Yeah, I really only use the Pierce Brosnan avatar to give Heather L something to look at. I get lazy and forget to change it, LOL." Admiral Teague says, "Communism is so inefficient that it takes 25 years for those pods to be a problem for Spock and Donald Sutherland only a few miles away." Right, remember, Leonard Nimoy plays the psychologist in the movie, so he's the one doing all the gaslighting. Lemon Pie says, "Oh, I don't know who that is."
There's a lot of talk about how the pods drift through space. They drifted through space for tens of thousands of years, and sometimes they land on planets that have life on them, and then they clone the dominant species on the planet, and then they strip the planet, and they end up stripping the planet of its resources, and then they move on. But the clincher is, in the book, anybody that the pod replaces, the human body dies, the pod clone takes over, but they only have a 5-year lifespan, and they can't reproduce.
Oh, that's interesting.
So that's wild. And then they just move on to the next planet.
Oh, okay. Lemon Pie says, "Oh, I don't know who that is." Herc 130. She is arranged for Overlord DVD. I'm sure she's a very nice person. Lemon Pie says, "Oh, okay." And Lemon Pie says, "So do they all get together and make a podcast called the Podcast?"
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
I want to remind everybody,
Yeah.
I put a poll in the chat. Please, if you get a chance, if you haven't already, please vote.
Oh, I
I'll be
voted
showing
right
the-
away.
All right,
As soon as I
will be
got
show-
home tonight. Well, I knew exactly what I thought of this movie, so.
Thank you. I appreciate
Oh,
that.
yeah.
I will be showing the results of the poll here shortly. But first, I wanted to ask Nemesis, you were here first. What would you think of this movie? I think I already know your answer, but go for it.
No, it's terrible. I can't recommend this to anybody. Well, of course, this is a fantastic movie, right? Like it's a classic. I'll be honest, I still prefer the 70s version. This is still really good. Like for a 50s film, it is solid. Like the acting is fantastic, the lighting, the set pieces. For the minimal budget that they had, they worked really well. Like you look at that pod sequence, like you said, they had one shot and they nailed it, and it was awesome. Like I would highly recommend, even to someone like me who's like ADHD and like it's black and white and it would throw off a lot of people. Give it a chance. Like it's really good. And if you want something a bit heavier, look at the 70s version.
I agree. The 78 version is a good for a remake. It's a good movie because usually those are not very successful. So I would put it in the same category as a remake of The Fly.
Can I just mention the budget? Nemesis brought out the budget.
Go for it.
The budget of this was just under $416,000.
Oof.
Yep.
And
Right?
the
Like,
box office brought in $3 million. So I'd say this was a pretty popular film back then.
Oh, absolutely.
No,
And they didn't. Right, and they didn't pay nearly for marketing like they do now. Now it's like
Yeah, and it made like 6
million.
times its budget back, right? So I think this was kind of a hit, in the day.
Oh, that's good.
Right, and this is before all the theatrical showings, and then eventually DVD, VHS, DVD, Blu-rays.
Oh,
So
I
even
imagine
now,
this
it's
film
still-
made millions on DVDs over the last 30,
Right,
40
and
years.
it's like even after everybody's dead that was involved in it, it's still making thank goodness it's still successful, and generation for generations they'll be able to look back and see this. And I'm glad that it was a hit.
Timeless.
Right,
timeless.
and I'm glad it was a hit while all the stars and crew were still alive and they realized the impact that it made. I'm glad that happened.
Yeah, all too often great films don't get the recognition when the actors are still around.
Yep.
And I'm glad that's the case, Bob.
Yep, exactly. By the way, a quick thing here. Have you guys ever heard about the famous Hollywood sign suicide? There was you know the Hollywood sign. You've all seen the pictures, right?
Yeah.
In the
I might have
Hollywood
missed
Hills.
that one.
Or in the Hollywood Hills, they have a big sign that says Hollywood. It's a big white sign.
I know that. I know that.
All right. There was an actress, a struggling actress in Hollywood that was going from role to role and audition to audition, and she was not getting any roles. Finally, she got to the point where she was suicidal. So she climbed to the top of one of the letters, I don't remember which one, and jumped off.
Oh, God.
And she killed herself.
That's sad.
And then that very day, the phone call came in that she got a big role.
Oh, crap. Well, that's the thing, guys. What was the expression? Never give up, never surrender.
Yeah. And unfortunately,
It's
because of that,
true.
right? Unfortunately, because of that sign is now closed to the public. So when you hike up to it, you can only get maybe within a quarter or half a mile to it, which is terrible. And people ruin everything.
Well, it's like we have the Lionsgate Bridge in Vancouver, in my part of the world, and there used to be a lot of suicides jumping off it because it's quite a high bridge. So they kind of put up wire mesh, netting.
Oh yeah, the Golden Gate here, they put a net under it.
Well, I think you got to say, well, maybe that's a good thing because you don't want people offing themselves on the bridge, right?
Well, here's what it is. It's all about image because they don't want to hurt their image when they know But if someone's suicidal, they're going to go somewhere else. But the way their attitude is, well, that's okay as long as they don't do it here.
Maybe, but I still
It
think,
is.
if it
You don't have to
saves
go
one
home.
life, I think it's
Just
worthwhile.
stay here.
Personally,
Admiral Teague says Body Snatchers 1993 worth watching. Yes, it is, Admiral Teague.
is that a TV version or something?
Nope. Nope. It's a movie version, and it's pretty good. It has some good special effects.
Jeez,
And
I
it's got
never even knew that existed. Wow.
Like the beautiful, beautiful Meg Tilly, Jennifer Tilly's older sister.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew
And
that
then
one.
stop there. Stop there. Do not watch any further versions, especially avoid the one with Nicole Kidman at all costs.
Well, I generally avoid Nicole Kidman anyway. So
Smart, yes, smart. Lemon Pie this week on the podcast. Body snatching for fun and profit.
Oh,
is that called human trafficking?
Right.
Trafficking.
Okay, so PPP. I asked Nemesis what he thought. What do you think about the movie?
I think it's a classic. I give it, I think your poll was what? Great was the top rating.
I know. I should have done like my Star Trek. I should have done like A, B, C, D, and F or whatever.
I gave it a great. I give it the highest rating. I think this is a classic. I think it's a masterpiece, basically. It's 80 minutes of perfection. I can't think of really too many, if any, flaws in this film. It hits the ground running. I think when I watched it the other day, I was totally into it. Like after about the first 7 minutes, with Kevin McCarthy's performance, it was so solid, and the supporting cast, they're all great. They're all really, really good. I mean, even the minor characters, like the psychiatrist guy and the cop. I mean, they're good too, right?
Yep.
And the lighting, it's just a really solid film that I can't really think of much wrong with this film, and especially for its time in 1956. I think
Absolutely.
there's probably maybe another one or two horror films in that decade that might come close, but I can't think of them offhand. So yeah, it's a
Not
great
this
film.
kind. Yeah, like we said, a lot of them are like giant monsters and stuff like that.
Yeah, actually, I want to mention one other horror film that I really love in the 50s is a movie called Them.
Yeah, we'll be covering them.
Yeah, good call,
And they're
PPP.
working on, unfortunately, sadly, they're working on a remake.
And it'll be CGI garbage, no doubt.
Well, I can tell you what'll happen. I mean, think about this. I think I'm psychic, but imagine this. CGI ants and a little girl who's the secret to everything, who knows how to communicate with ants. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I would say you're probably not too far off.
A girl of color,
I mean-
that is.
They already
definitely.
did a remake to them, though. It's called Aliens.
Right. Well, they even had a few other ones, but under different names. But yeah, they're officially talking about the movie Them.
Well,
I
we
know.
live in
Yeah.
hope. We die in despair.
Well, don't worry. I can guarantee you now. The movie hasn't even been shot yet. But don't worry, the little girl lives. She'll never be in danger. I promise you.
Oh, that's
And
too bad.
right, Stokely, what do you tell us about what you think?
I loved it. I watched it for the first time ever this morning, and I was a little bit disengaged when I started. And I think you nailed it about 7 minutes in or so. I was like 10, and I don't know. I was kind of on my phone a little bit. And here, I'll just turn on my camera here for a quick second.
Brave man, brave and handsome man, brave.
Here we
handsome
go.
man.
So I have this other screen over here, right? And I have this
Uh-huh.
small screen here, and I have my main computer screen like right here. And I was just kind of sitting, and I was like looking up at the other screen, just checking back up with my phone, and all of a sudden I was just like, I just put it on the big screen, and I was like, and I was in at that point. I was just
It caught your attention, Skokely.
I was like, hold on, this
Yeah, was
is
that
really fucking good. And I
Was that the scene when they were in Jack and Teddy's house?
It
And
really
the
is.
body
fucking
on
good.
the billiard table. Was that the scene?
No, it was well before that. Like he was
Oh.
he was like talking to the townspeople about stuff.
Maybe
I
the
was
lady
like,
on the
"Oh,
swing?"
This is really good. Like a lot of times, like the acting is, I shouldn't, for lack of a better word, a lot of the 50s acting can be a little hokey, and it just wasn't. And I was like,
Nope.
this is a really good movie. And I just shifted, and I loved it. And I'm gonna have to watch the 78 one again, but I think I prefer this one.
Well, we will be covering the '78 version on this channel relatively soon.
Yeah,
Now that
the acting
everybody's
in
freshened
this
up on
film
this
was
one.
amazing. I thought it was so grounded and so realistic. It's one of the 50s films that always grabbed me as being totally believable.
Admiral Teague says Nicole Kidman as a bad person is too on the fake nose. Right. Yeah. I think when people get plastic surgery, they say beauty's only skin deep, but with plastic surgery, the ugliness on the inside shows on the outside.
Yeah,
Hello, Madonna.
I'd rather meet somebody with a beautiful inside than a superficial
Right.
outside.
Vanity and
Personally,
plastic on the outside, right? Lemon pie says
exactly.
time to open. Right. I bet you could dig up Joan Rivers and she probably still looks the same. Lemon
Well,
pie
that's
says
what
time to
killed her,
open a
right?
beer.
Was going for vanity.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Going for another. Yep. Time to open a beer. Lemon pie, I agree with you, and I think I'll have one too when this ends.
I just want to mention Them again, though, which was what year was that? 1954.
Early 50s. Yeah, that was one of Clint Eastwood's first movies. Was it Clint Eastwood? One of those big celebrities' first movies.
James Arness was in it.
Oh, The Thing you said, or Them?
Them.
Oh, no. He wasn't in.
That's the giant ant movie, which
right.
I think
James Arness was in.
He was in The Thing originally.
The Thing from Another World, right?
But he was also one of the supporting actors.
Oh yeah, you're right. James Arness. There it is.
Which is cool.
Right.
And my favorite, well, it had Edmund Gwenn, which was a great actor in his day.
He was.
He kind of had a little secondary role, but he was quite well featured. The main character, though, was played by James Whitmore.
Yes.
Which I think was a fantastic actor in his day. I mean, I think
he lived a long life. Yeah, he did a long life, and he's got sons that are in the Los Angeles police force. They look just like him.
Wow, that's so cool. I thought he was such a great actor, and yeah, it's just like he doesn't get the respect. I think he's probably forgotten now, but I think in his day he was one of the great actors in Hollywood. Really,
he was. I agree. And Them also has a small role by Fess Parker, otherwise known as Daniel Boone. So yeah, we'll be covering that one soon.
I'm just looking at the the Wikipedia general stuff here, so I don't have all the details, but it was a really good film.
Hail, Canadian Spider-Man! So good to see you there. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Spider-Man, drink a margarita for me. Skogly says snap, and Canadian Spider-Man says Skogly, hello to you. Lemon Pie says Admiral, she would appreciate that joke.
I certainly hope so. That's a good joke.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, so
hey, Canadian Spider-Man.
I'm going to go ahead and close the poll that I have in the chat. And then I'll put that up on the screen so we can all look at the results.
Oh, there you go. That speaks for itself.
Oh, man, somebody here is cooking broccoli. Oh, my God, it makes me sick just the smell.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. So here we go. Sure.
Sounds like a euphemism for something.
That's right. That's kind of what I was thinking.
I've never liked the smell of broccoli cooking or Brussels sprouts. It's just ungodly. Anyway,
here
we go.
Was a success.
Yep. What do you think of Invasion? The Body Snatchers, great, 88%. Average at best, 11%. And fortunately, nobody voted boring. And we got a 17 votes. So yes, thank you all for voting there.
Apparently, Gorilla didn't vote.
Gorilla didn't vote. Right. We all know where Gorilla's vote would have fell.
Yeah,
right?
He's always going to give the
lowest.
I
love that standard F. That's fucking hilarious.
I like Gorilla's votes though, because you always know they're tongue in cheek.
Default F, right? Admiral Teague says lemon pie. Yes, you would. Yeah, and I'll, once again, I'll be closing this out because I know we've gone on 4 hours once again.
Yeah,
but I'll be putting a poll up here in a day or so of what movies we'll cover next.
It always goes through.
Yeah,
I'll figure out quick if I can quickly mention something, Pop. I think Larry Cohen, the fellow that created the series The Invaders in 1967-68 for Quentin Martin, he definitely quotes this film as being a major inspiration for that series.
I'm not surprised.
And
there's a lot of similarity.
I just want to mention there are some really great YouTube videos on. Actually, they even have Larry Cohen talking about it, where he said Invasion of the Body Snatchers was like his main inspiration for the Invaders TV series, and which is one of my favorite TV series of the 60s. I love that show because I think Roy Thinnes was a great, everyman, kind of anti-hero almost.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will actually send you some links, Pop, to the email if you want to check them out. Because
Absolutely.
I think this is that series was kind of one of the offspring, so to speak, of this great movie.
Yes. Scogli says for real. Yeah, and let me know, PvP, if you get your Twitter straightened around.
Yeah, I don't. Oh man, I don't want to get Twitter straight
I
around.
know it would help. It would help. That way I could add you
Yeah,
to
I mean,
our group.
yeah. Actually, can you email me your Twitter name to my email, and then I will search it. Because I
Well,
know
I'll
I'm
put it.
connected to like Scotty, and it's just sometimes I put the search on and I can't find people, right?
Check the private chat, and that's my Twitter handle.
Oh, great. Okay, I will copy that right now. Just
Okay.
give me a second here.
And Scogli says, yeah, thank you, Scogli, for sharing a link to Nemesis of the Beat. I got so busy tonight, I forgot to drop links to everybody's channels. There's so much I
Thanks,
really.
Scogli.
There's even a lot of behind the scenes stuff I wanted to cover, but I was trying to get through this so quick for 4 hours. But once again, yeah, and like was pointed out earlier, we lost half our audience, so I've really seriously got to start trimming down on these interruptions and going off on tangent. And I'm not pointing the finger at anybody except myself, because I was one of the worst ones tonight. So I've got to start controlling myself and reining that in. And
Yeah, I
sticking
really
to the
tried.
subject.
I do try to resist interruptions, but I probably do get carried away a few times during a stream.
Yeah, I can tell when I see those numbers dropping, I feel really bad, and I don't want to lose subs.
So just
So-
tell us from now on if we're, just say, okay, we'll talk about that, at the end of the chat or something.
Well, it was interesting because last week I told everybody, okay, everybody, I'll do a rumblings from the lab this week, and then we can talk about all this stuff. And then when I did the rumblings from the lab, very few people were there, so I guess that wasn't really a good idea. So I wanted to thank everybody who was here. Gorillas Random Thoughts, Resolute Germ, Edge of Time was here, Nemesis V, No Other Greg, Sean Carter was here. I hope I cover everybody.
Hit the thumbs up,
Captain
by the way.
Infinity was here. Yes, please, everybody. If you enjoyed this, hit the thumbs up. If you're watching on the rewatch, if you liked it, I hope you sub to my channel. Hit the alert button and check out some of my other content.
I
Bill
think it could have.
Sikaki,
I
my
think the
side-
drop. It might have to do with time zones too, though. Pop when people drop off.
Well, that is very likely, and I hope they at least say goodbye before they leave. Sean
I'll come
Carter
back
said,
and watch the rest of it in the morning.
I hope so. Sean Carter and Bill, and I'm going to start telling people. In fact, I'm going to make a stipulation from now on at the beginning of every stream is, hey, if you're in the chat and you're listening, and you think we're going off tangent too much, shout out, let us know, and we will get back on base. So I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start giving people in the chat a little bit more control over what's going on, because that's the problem is they don't have any control, and they probably feel lost, and that's why they leave. So
Yeah,
if I let them have little,
Maybe they like the tangents, and we'll see. But yeah, shout it out. Yeah, for
Right.
Yeah,
sure.
definitely. People are
Yeah,
watching or
I
reading.
agree. I agree.
Give us the feedback. We like the
right. Thank you,
feedback.
Bill. Thank you, Mad Scientist. Captain Infinity, thank you. I'm glad Captain Infinity came. Herc 130 was here. I hope I covered it. Bill was here. Nemesis of Eden. Yeah, of course you're on this panel. If I don't mention your name, I apologize, but I usually try to shout out everybody. Son of a Red Shirt was here. Admiral Teague, of course. Jedi Bill was here. Lemon Pie. Herc 130, which I think I said, but it doesn't matter. I'll repeat because I love you guys. Canadian Spider-Man was here. Sean Carter. Okay. And most important, I want to thank everybody on the panel. I apologize. It's 4 hours. I know for some of you guys, it's probably going on midnight or even later. And I'll be putting up a poll here. Two things. I'll be putting up 2 polls. I'm going to add another movie to the mix. Everybody has to vote for next week. And then I'm going to put up another poll for my Star Trek The Animated Series reviews on Monday, because I'm running out of episodes. We only have 2 left. And we want to decide if we want to cover Lost in Space or Batman, the Adam West series next. So I'll put a poll up on for that too, also in my channel. So please help us out by voting and let me know. I want to choose what you, the viewer and the sub, wants to see or hear. I don't want to just go off showing things that I want to do.
When will those go up, Pop?
Both polls tomorrow.
Awesome.
Right. I'll try to do it right before my Gilligan's Island stream with Gorilla.
I'll probably be voting on those after work, but I definitely will.
All right. And I apologize that the poll for tonight went up kind of late. It didn't go up till like Saturday, and I felt bad about that. So I'm going to get that poll up tomorrow, I promise, for next week's horror stream. It'll give you guys a few more days to get caught up.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a little bit of advance notice so we can
Exactly.
watch it.
Yeah, and thank you. A shout out. Thank you, Scogli, for helping Nemesis of Eden see this movie.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I want to thank everybody once again. Thank everybody in the chat. Most of all, thank everybody on the panel. I appreciate you guys being here. We had a great turnout. I had a blast. It was fun. It'll be exciting to see what we do next week. And I can't tell you yet because it depends on what you vote for. So I know it's cold out there. Drive safe. Keep warm. Gorilla, if you hear this, drive safe, especially you. You have all that snow and sub-freezing temperatures and everything. Okay. So without further ado, have a great night, everybody. And peace.